Madam President, are you ready for me to call roll?
Yes.
Trish Bodie,
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia,
Here.
Anna Smith,
Here.
Sade Fashokun,
Here.
Paul Gauthier,
Here.
Christine Maurer,
Here.
Francesca Romans.
Here. All right, with a quorum of the board present, it is 6:16 p.m., and I call the regular meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. We will now begin with our opening ceremony, and we will start with our Pledge of Allegiance. Before we stand, I'd like to introduce who will be leading us in our pledge this evening. Cadet Seaman Apprentice Vaughn Nelson of the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School will lead the Pledge of Allegiance in the Texas Pledge. Cadet Nelson is a 9th grader at Vista Ridge High School. He is an active member of the Lone Star Company Junior Varsity Armed Drill Team. Cadet Nelson is also a member of the marching band, which recently performed at the Rose Bowl Parade in Pasadena, California. He takes pride in serving the community as a volunteer at the Veterans Memorial Park and local Adopt-A-Highway cleanups. His commitment to service, strong academic performance, sharp personal appearance, and exemplary leadership earned him the designation as Cadet of the Month for December. Cadet Nelson's performance and dedication reflect most favorably on the Lone Star Navy Junior ROTC, his school, and the district. Cadet Seaman Apprentice Vaughn Nelson, thank you for leading us in our pledge this evening. Well done.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
If you'll join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
All right, board members, I'm so thankful that we have students starting off our meeting, and we're going to move into the next part with student voice continuing our meeting as we go into recognition. We'll have our spotlight on learning from our 4 Points Middle School students in campus.
ISD School Board, guests, Leander ISD staff. Oh, I need a mic. That would help. Okay, am I ready? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gearing. Good evening, Leander ISD Board, staff, and guests today. I'm very excited to have my school showcased, and we're going to talk about the area of equitable access to high expectations for all. And in this specific instance, we're going to talk about how we designed a course to help all students be able to have access as they move from elementary to middle school to leadership in 6th grade, so that all students can develop the skills of leadership to be their very best selves and eliminate barriers as they move through their educational and personal lives. And so I will introduce everybody. Actually, I'm going to pass the mic and let them introduce themselves and who they are.
My name is Tyler Lutz. I am the instructor for 6th grade leadership and martial arts.
I'm Isabel Bird, and I'm a 6th grader.
My name's Owen Pearson, and I'm part of Mr. Lutz's leadership class.
I'm Pierce Galonic, and I'm also part of Mr. Lutz's leadership class.
My name is Juliet, and I'm in 6th grade.
My name is Victor Pena, and I'm Juliet's father.
My name is Ann Bates. I'm an assistant principal.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to start with Mr. Lutz. Can you tell us a little bit about your martial arts leadership class and how it applies to our efforts to create equitable access to leadership and opportunities for kids as they enter middle school?
Sure. So for me, martial arts is a way of life, and the course is founded and focused on two main things. Two main things: goal setting and growth. With those two aspects of leadership, I think all students can relate to those on an individual basis, but also as a collaborative. We focus on highlighting students through 3 different avenues, through the athletic avenue with what we do in our training on the mat, through the conduct avenue with our testing forms, and also through our academic avenue with our portfolios and our precepts memorization.
Thank you, Mr. Lutz. Now let's get into who really matters, and that's kids. So we heard a little bit about what Mr. Lutz said, so we want to hear from you all. And our first question I want to ask you is, with what Mr. Lutz just described, can you explain and connect your experience to this class and how it applies to your access to leadership here at 4 Points Middle School?
Mr. Lutz gave us 2 opportunities, and me and the other students in the class had a strength spot and a spot for improvement. My strength spot was being able to learn new things quickly and being good at it, like new moves and how to be a leader. And my weakness was precepts, but I got better at them as I practiced, and now I'm pretty good at them.
Like she said, we all have our weaknesses and strengths. And with this class, I've really been able to improve on my strengths and make my weaknesses less prominent through this. I'm really grateful for this class.
My weakness was probably push-ups and sit-ups. I couldn't really do more than maybe 10 push-ups, but that's changed a lot now, and that's awesome. I'm really grateful for this.
My experience in leadership was humbling, challenging, but mainly rewarding. It was humbling because I had to memorize precepts, which I found tough. Challenging because I had to work hard, and rewarding because it showed who I am and helped me outcome challenges in a peaceful way.
Okay, thank you. I have another question. So when you talk about this class that you all just experienced, can you tell me a little bit how this experience has served you outside of the classroom?
For me, it's helped me become a better leader in things like group projects. I've been able to keep the group on task so we don't get behind on the project, and that's been extremely helpful.
I've gotten much better at goal setting and achieving my goals mostly, but I've been decent at group work, but yeah.
It's helped me learn how to be a leader and get along with other people, because I used to not be as good as it. And it's helped me try out new things I didn't think I'd like, but I liked Mr. Lutz's Exploring Leadership class, and I didn't think I would like it.
It taught me to be more organized and responsible, like at school, and also it taught me to manage stress in a better way.
Thank you, Juliet. Okay, one other question for you all. What other opportunities have you been provided after going through Mr. Lute's leadership class?
I've been provided with a lot of opportunities, like I have earned my black rank and I have become a better leader. Also, an opportunity I was provided with was just being in Mr. Lutz's Exploring Leadership class. I am also so grateful to have been given this opportunity, and another opportunity was being able to come here and talk to y'all about what a positive impact this class has had on me and others.
I've had the opportunity to improve myself physically and mentally from this class.
I have had the opportunity to display my achievement of the black rank on a belt rack in front of all of the new classes, new leadership classes, and that's been really, really cool.
Yeah, I mean, this opportunity is, this is the opportunity because, like, I like sharing opinions about, like, sixth graders, and also it taught me, sharing the value of karate, and I shared that with my family and friends.
So I would like to ask Mr. Pena from a parent perspective, but first I did want to note how this started, which I think it bears importance when we talk about staff in Leander ISD. Mr. Lutz came to me with an idea. I knew his passion was martial arts, and when we talk about martial arts, we're talking about self-discipline. We're talking about the principles. We are not talking about fighting. That is not what this course is about. I want to make that clear. And he made that clear to me through his passion. So let's remember this. This is his passion. So taking the standards of leadership and connecting it through his passion was an idea. And he did all of this. My simple question was, yes, what do you need? And now we have seen the impact, and now that we have lots of kids that are saying this. So we're looking at how we can expand this. But it only starts if you look at your staff and enable them to come to you with an idea and a passion and be able to funnel their best work through that. Mr. Lutz created and designed the entire course through that passion on his own, connecting them to the state standards of something that didn't previously exist. And so I just want to make sure you put the principal up here and you think it's about the principal. It's absolutely not. It's about these kids and Mr. Lutz with an idea and bringing it to fruition. So with that being said, I wanted to ask Mr. Pena. I had an opportunity to talk to Mr. Pena, and I was really curious, like, how are parents feeling about this? So Mr. Pena, from a parent perspective, based on our conversation, your experiences with your daughter, Juliet, what have you seen at home as an impact on her as a result of going through this leadership course?
Sure. Thank you for, good evening, and thank you for your attention. Well, I have had quite an interesting vantage point. This past term, I saw Juliet really come in her own. She became more responsible, more structured, more organized, and the structure of the course was such that it kept all the students on their toes every week. And that allowed her to organize herself and prepare for things coming up each assessment. And also her personality. She felt more confident and much more engaged. To be perfectly honest with you, this course and band were the things that got her up in the morning, and she was excited about it, and it was the last thing she would talk about at night. She started even eating a little differently just so she could work out harder during mat days because she didn't want the lunch weighing her down. She really got engaged, and these were the details that made me realize that this was really more than just a class. And also, I have to highlight Mr. Lutz's involvement. We spoke twice on the phone at length, and his passion really comes through. And I've enjoyed martial arts for over 25 years, and I think they're incredibly grounding for having a stable and confident demeanor as a student. And Juliet also developed her grit, which, as many of you know, is is a combination of passion and persistence. And this course, I think, really drives the message of persistence. And with Mr. Lutz's passion, it really, really combines very nicely. And Juliet has developed a passion for martial arts. So yeah, thank you.
So to kind of close out, what our idea of this course is to expand it so that all our kids have these skills built to eliminate barriers where they might not have the same skills as some of these kids may not have to enter middle school. That's our path with this course, and our vision and our passion and desire. We take and carry some of these principles on that are taught in this class to the entire staff. And I'm going to turn it over to close with Dr. Bates to talk about, if you could elaborate on how some of this work, how this class is born, some of our thoughts on equitable access, and how we work with our staff to make sure that we're allowing kids every chance and every possible avenue to exceed without letting barriers come in the way.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Thank you for having us. The testimonies you just heard are from an exemplar class we piloted this year. Since this fall, we have worked to expand on these structures and move our campus in the direction of equity for all in every classroom. We began the groundwork through the implementation of small group instruction and discourse. These processes allow students to have the ability to clarify their own ideas and make learning visible. All students are accountable for participating and sharing their thoughts and ideas and aren't able to hide in a classroom. Through the professional development of Leander ISD and the KEG instructions that our teachers have had the opportunity to participate in, we have ensured that each teacher has the training and each student has the ability to voice their own opinion and their own learning throughout the classroom. Students gain confidence in expressing their understanding of learning through writing, speaking, and listening. Our goal is to remove the barriers for our students, whether physical or mental, and build on each student's strengths and work toward areas they want to get better in.
And before we close, Mr. Lutz, would you like to add anything?
I'm just super proud of them. They did so well.
He said he's super proud of me. He did well. I have two things I'll close with. One, earlier in the year, Mr. Lutz was recognized for this work with his coursework, and I was saving to present him with Leander ISD's recognition, presented to Mr. Lutz for exhibiting Leander Way, and I'm proud to give that to him, so I wanted to give that to him now and tell him thank you. And last, the most important thing, because I've had the opportunity to work with these kids and watching them tell me that I couldn't have come do this without this experience. So I really have to ask for just a big applause for the kids for coming up. This is a big deal for them. And thank you so much.
All right, and before we conclude our 4 points middle school spotlight, if we could have the students and the teachers' attention and the parents stand up, the siblings, the people here, like, can we have just all of our 4-point community agenda item people, everybody who's here? It takes a group. Thank y'all so, so much. We appreciate y'all all. Thank you. All right, we will move on to the next item on our agenda, another recognition, UIL State Finalist 6A Football, Vandegrift High School. And I believe this will be a video. Okay.
Hey everyone, I'm Drew Sanders, head football coach, athletic coordinator, Vandegrift High School. I'm so happy to be here with you guys. I wanted to take just a second. We're coming off an historic season. It's our most wins we've ever had in our history. We've never been to the 6A state championship before, so everything was just amazing this year. We had just an amazing group of young men that played for us this year. I had 45 seniors, and each one of them, no matter their role, contributed, from being a person that was a team player that supported the guys, to a role player, to our starters, our all-district, all-state players that we had. Every one of them made up the Viper family this year, and they all contributed. In addition to, I'd like to take a second to recognize my coaching staff. Just being able to have the same men there building up the program and helping me do all the things that coaches do, it's just so critical. So I want to thank Coach Blake Mauser. In addition to that, he's a great economics teacher. And so I know the board and superintendent will appreciate that. And on our defensive side, our two coordinators are Josh Young and Nate Griffin, and they both have been with me, once again, 7 or 8 years each. They did such an amazing job. After 26 years in public education, to be able to stand in Dallas Cowboys Stadium, that has been my dream since I started this thing. To be able to do that, it was special. I don't know another word for it. It was just amazing, almost overwhelming to think that we had finally gotten to one of the goals. And I know we didn't end up winning the game, but for me as the coach, for them as the players, for my coaches as the coaching staff, it's the realization, literally, of a lifelong dream. Getting to play in a state championship, and especially at the highest level, at the 6A level. It's so difficult to do. And so I was really proud and honored. I want to thank our board. I felt you guys' support. I got to meet a lot of you guys as we went through our playoff run. Saw you guys, of course, at our big win against Dripping Springs, and then saw everybody at the state championship game. Dr. Gearing would love to thank you. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for allowing us to do what we do. And so I want to thank you for that. And I'd like to thank our community. To look up in the stands every game and see packed, it was absolutely packed. And I really believe that we had probably the biggest fan group out of all the teams that played at Dallas Cowboys Stadium that weekend. And so I just want to thank the Viper fans. To my team, my community, my staff, my kids, and really all of Leander ISD. Go Vipers.
All right, board members, we have our communication announcement. You'll notice we have back on our agenda item board member remarks, and some of you are going to be so excited. We haven't done this since November. I would encourage board members, as we take up this agenda item, to not feel like you need to cover all the days between November and now. The meeting does have a specific time. Y'all have been very busy. I would encourage anybody in the community, you could check out Twitter feeds, Facebook feeds, or just ask them what they've done and seen. There's been a lot, so I'll just encourage you to pick your favorites or your highlights or your theme. And if we want to go ahead, we can start with either board member remarks, and then when you're speaking, if you are a chair of a committee, give us a chair update. All right, so who wants to start?
I'll go. So Monday night, Anna and I got to go to Mason to see the 5th grade exhibitions for the IB program, which was fantastic. The staff there, the teachers have just been wonderful. These kiddos took some intelligence tests and some to find where their strengths were, and then they asked themselves, what is a problem in my school that I can solve, and how do I solve it? And they worked in groups. Some did it individually. They did everything from websites. They did, there was one that did the little, there was a presentation she did. There was all kinds of them that did the bookmarks. They did custom artwork. They did all kinds of wonderful things. So it was fabulous. We really enjoyed that. Then Tuesday night, I was able to go out to Canyon Ridge Middle School and see National History Day. And so they looked at history. National History Day gives a theme every year, and this was pioneers. And it's not the, dress and bonnet and wagon pioneer type that you think of. It's what are pioneers in different things? And so some of them were pioneers in rock and roll and the electric guitar, and pioneers in flight, and pioneers in food safety. So they did all kinds of wonderful things. They had some that did, the typical trifold boards. There was websites, there was papers, they had essays written. One of them did something on ASL that was a live performance. So it was really, really fantastic. So anytime you can see the news on the Twitter feed or the website to find out what these campuses are doing, as a community member, I highly recommend that you go and check it out because there's some really good stuff happening in the district. Thank you.
I had the privilege of visiting Cedar Park High School today. That is my chosen school for this month. And it was great. I love going to that school. It's one of my favorite places to be. But what I loved in particular was we got to visit the band. And I had not seen this before. And what I loved about it is they had the 6th graders there. So you had your 6th graders, middle schoolers, 8th graders, I apologize. Middle schoolers there were sitting right alongside the high schoolers with the same instrument. And so they would play a tune, the high schoolers, the middle schoolers would play a tune, and then they would stop, and their buddy, the high schooler buddy and the middle school buddy, would start talking about how they needed to improve playing. And when they would play the same piece, what was awesome is they kind of sounded really similar. Like, you didn't know if there was a high school band and a middle school band. But what I loved about it as a new band mom is that those middle schoolers really look up to those high school student band players. And to be able to have that relationship and to be able to get that one-on-one feedback in time is just, their faces are lighting up. It was the coolest thing I've ever seen. So I was real excited. And then I don't know if the community remembers, but back at our last board meeting in December, right? We had discussed trustees taking a tour of Leander High School for the master plan. And Sade and I got to tour it last Friday. And I am just encouraging all my board members, if you have not signed up, please sign up. It was a very helpful and humbling tour. That's what I would say. You want me to do committee updates? I'm sorry. Board ops, y'all will get an update. That's an agenda item. Again, it's not up for discussion. It was it is up for discussion. Sorry. It's up for discussion. I'm looking forward to that conversation later. And then it's just, sorry guys. Long range plan committee has not met yet. And so we'll be meeting January 19th. I'm very excited about that meeting and looking forward to seeing what we can come up with.
All right, so I visited Westside Elementary, and I was able to see the students' portfolios for 2nd graders and 4th graders. They were paired up. The 2nd graders had their portfolios on paper, and then the 4th graders had their digital version, and so they shared ideas or shared what they had, and you could see them capture their ideas of leadership, their ideas of being a better citizen, and also just what they've been able to accomplish, what they like to do, tracking their progress throughout the school year. So that was very interesting to see. I also went to Early College High School and got to a few classes, and one thing that was very eye-opening in each class, it was like, that place is the United Nations. It's like every class, they're really small classes, a wealth and breadth of nationalities represented in those classes. So we also got to, I went to an engineering class, and the level of rigor, the level of intensity that is being given to those kids, and they are rising up to it. I heard about their scores in one of their TSI, that it's where it's expected to be much later, and they've only done 1 semester of 9th grade. So it was a very, very interesting and rewarding visit. I was also at that school yesterday as with the Leadership Leander group, and we talked about learned about the pathways and innovation, since that's where Early College High School falls, along with other programs. And I did get to meet with a few of those participants and see their reactions later after they started in the bright, shiny school of Early College High School and went to tour New Hope High School. And people were talking, this is why we need our bonds to pass. What is happening in New Hope is not fair to the kids. Kids suffer when bonds don't pass. And I saw something similar in Leander High School as well. Thank you.
I've had the opportunity to do 2 school visits now. The first one was at 4 Points Middle School. I got to go hang out with all those kids that y'all just watched talk and see that leadership class in action, and I could have hung out with them all day. It was so much fun, and they were so excited, and to know that that was, you know, like they said, that class was entirely developed by their staff. It's the first time they've done it, and it went so well that they're already trying to figure out how to expand it. And it was just wonderful to see that interaction, and the kids did all the work. They organized what they were going to say for the cameras. We all just kind of stood around while they were going to introduce this over here and this over here, and they just took it and ran with it. And then yesterday I had the opportunity to go do coffee with the principal over at Baghdad, and it was also just a really, really great visit. I am really enjoying getting to talk with the educators and to hear there were some parents there yesterday and some PTA members, and we had really great conversation about what's going on in the campus. What do they need? What do they have? What do they love about their schools? And I am just really enjoying getting to have all of these direct interactions and see more of the campuses and see more of what's going on there, because there are so many amazing things going on at the campus, and I'm glad to be seeing that and getting more of that out so that people know all of these really great things that our educators are doing.
Last Saturday was the kickoff to the robotics season, and spent it at Vandegrift High School, and it was really exciting to see all the family there and families building field while students are watching the release and brainstorming their robot. And you have all this alumni that were home for the holidays that were there, you know, watching and supporting and helping. And it's just one of these examples of when you see like so much of the community coming together, local businesses supporting to help, you know, with parts and building the field and just getting ready for all this innovation and creativity. So really exciting. Tuesday, spent the day at the Capitol talking to our legislators, our House representatives for Leander ISD, and talking about the upcoming session. Actually, I shouldn't say upcoming session, the current session, and talking about, you know, kind of what their thoughts are about the various legislative priorities that have been released from different groups. And last night, Trish and I had the pleasure. Trish is the president of Central Texas School Board Association, and it was really, how many school districts did we have represented there? 7? No, it was more than that. It was more. I think he said 13 when they counted, but lots of different school board trustees from Central Texas region. You had San Marcos, you have Wimberley, you had Del Valle, you had Manor. I mean, just all over, you know, Georgetown, Round Rock, Hutto? No, not Hutto. It was Hutto. Yes, that's right. Terrence. So, yeah, and Thrall. So it's just a lot of school districts, and it's just a wonderful conversation when you're talking about legislative priorities and hearing what are the concerns of small school districts, large school districts, rural school districts, suburban school districts, and the number one thing is teacher pay. Teacher pay, teacher pay, and we need to be able to pay our staff more, and we need to look at the basic allotment. We need to look at how, you know, how schools are funded. So I thought you did a wonderful job, and hopefully you can talk more about those priorities and stuff. So thank you.
Well, I have yet to officially see any of the schools. I have got an invitation tomorrow to go to see Leander High School, but I would hope if there are some principals out there that invite me in to see their schools. I know we have a lot of things to discuss in the coming weeks, starting some of the budget stuff and the bonds, and coming off of what Gloria just said about schools cost a lot of money and we need to pay our teachers. One of the things that I would like to really focus on is how to make those schools not so expensive so we can actually pay the teachers. Just by happenstance, I just happened to go around Danielson Middle School, which is a very beautiful school. But I'd love to see the budget on that as well as Glenn, because I heard some things that are very expensive. And I just wonder, could we not put that money instead of into the school itself, into the people, because we are a people business. The people business is the most important thing. And I think we should really focus on the teachers.
Well, and Trustee Gautier, we are going to be getting to our CFAC discussion, so I don't want to open up an agenda discussion. So, but thank you. Love that input. Yes. Board member remarks is going to be focused on like any of the tours you have done, like some of the things you're talking about. And then for the agenda items, we'll finish up the discussions in there. So you can keep those questions and we'll ask when we get to CFAC. And you bring up and lead me to something I was going to talk about, which is our Board Appreciation Month. And as you know, Board Appreciation Month, principals reach out to you, and I know they have. I've seen the spreadsheet, and you have all been contacted by several districts. If you have not, several campuses. If you have not, or you're not aware of that, please get with Cindy and Mitchie, because you have been asked to come on several visits. Now, that leads me to the second part, which is board members and trustees and our new members. We had a COVID situation happen, and when Board Appreciation Month came up, the officers looked at each other and said, we do not think that asking our principals to yet do another thing as far as sending us thank you letters and trying to invite us to all the events is fair on them. We really want to go support them. And so we did something called reverse board appreciation, where it was about how do we take care and show our support and our thanks to our principals and our students and our community. And so that is why you'll see there's like two things happening at the same time, and it might be a little confusing, especially for our new trustees, but I think y'all get the hang of it quick, which is one, yes, your principals want to say thank you and support you. That's what the campuses are. You have campuses that are signed, but those campuses that are signed to you, that are saying thank you, are also the campuses you are going to be supporting as a trustee. What can we do to meet their needs? Do they need us to show up and serve lunches? Do they need us to read a book? We could pick up trash on campus. However that campus needs our support, it's up to us to make sure we get that discussion happening. And the best way to do it, because remember, we have quorum concerns, we also have the school going with students, and we certainly don't want it to look like all of a sudden we're showing up and we need them to answer our every need. We want to coordinate our visits with the superintendent's office, so you can reach out to Cindy and Mitchie. I think I've discussed that well enough. We can go up later if we need to do more, but it is really, I remember when we did this last year, and there were some things that we did really well, and there were some things I was like, wow, I don't think that turned out very well. We keep working on it. So in the spirit of continuous improvement, as we go throughout this year, you're supposed to have the rest of the school year to just continually find out that campus that you have, how can we support them, what help do they need from us? And it's also about us just being there on campus for the community. So that's the reverse appreciation. All right, my announcements, I'll just make two brief announcements quickly. Really, we saw it on display with our students here from 4 Points, and we heard Coach Sanders talk about it. I have been on several different campus events and tours, and I think what I loved and what will exemplify it was when I went to the Vipers football banquet, and you saw the parents there, the students there, the coaches there, and the interaction. It's that together community of like, that's what brings our programs and our district to the next level. We saw that at the 4 Points presentation right here, and I think we're going to continue to see that together of how are we coordinating with our volunteers, really hearing from our community of what are the needs. We're going to have that in other agenda items. So I look forward to more of that together. Where do we see our community, students and teachers all coming together to help with that learning opportunity for our students. And the other one was Westside. I got to visit them and see their student portfolio, and it was just amazing. What an experience to see students know not only themselves so well, but to be able to put things in writing. In my profession, when we have our interns come in, I'll always ask them, can you give us, just a quick paragraph about yourself, and I'll send it out to our team. Well, that's a hard thing sometimes for people to think of, how do I introduce myself? How do I talk about myself? At Westside, I saw first graders and fifth graders who had mission statements, who had statements about themselves, who could tell you things. The student portfolio process that I'm seeing on that campus is just phenomenal. So I look forward to more understanding as we go throughout the year. So that was fun to witness and watch. I agree with Gloria on our discussion with legislation, so I will mention, as chair of the legislation committee, we did meet today. We talked about the CTSBA legislative priorities. CTSBA wanted to focus on the things that represent all of Region 13. So the focus is on school finance, increasing the basic allotment, also focusing on enrollment funding instead of just when the student attends, because as we know, we pay a teacher whether the student is there or not. And then also the CTSBA looked at focusing on what is the trustee role, and to continue to preserve that as we go forward. How do we continue to do the things that we need to be focusing on, which is supporting our parents and our community and our processes such as DWIC that help set and maintain our goals as we move forward. So those were the discussions with our legislative committee. We'll continue to meet every other week, and then we will have Colby come before us to talk about legislative initiatives. Board members, remember, and for our community, we have legislative priorities on our website, and we need to stay focused on those legislative priorities. Those are board approved. All right, so when you're talking to lawmakers, those are the things we're going to be focusing on. And I think that covers all of it. Yay. No questions, because this is just remarks. We'll move to citizen comments, agenda item. And we are going to start with a video. The third time is the charm, possibly, in this one.
The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body charged with serving the educational needs of all school children in the Leander Independent School District, like me, as they pursue their mission to cultivate an individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the Citizens' Comment agenda item, which is time set aside during this meeting to hear from the whole community, which can include a wide audience of the entire LISD family. Still, remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email, come to a board cafe, or you can just tell them that you'd like to chat sometime. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. Board operating procedures and BED local specifies guidelines, so it is important that you have read them before you speak. The board wants to hear from everyone, but still asks you to be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. If you are presenting material that only certain high schoolers may encounter, remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings, either by watching them online, or you might even come see some of us in the audience. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
All right, citizen comments. And just like our student presenter said, we encourage student voices as well. So we have 2 students, and they will be starting off our comments before we get to our adult speakers. And so speaker number 1.
Thank you to the board members, Superintendent Gearing, and LISD teachers and staff for all you do, and to the police officers here to protect us. Today I'm here to talk about the wonderful book choices available for assigned readings and the great services offered by LISD librarians. I have always enjoyed reading. I especially enjoy realistic fiction, and that is most of what was assigned. Realistic fiction shows real-world issues in an enlightening way. Stories in these genres give insight into topics or issues people wouldn't know about. For people who experience these issues directly, fiction provides ways of learning, thinking about, or figuring out their own path. What issues? We all need to know that Leander ISD has a diverse student body and serves an increasingly diverse community. A wide array of fiction touching on these issues positions readers to understand themselves and to understand others. We are a diverse community, so it doesn't hurt any of us to read about people who are different from us. It makes us better and more of a community, the kind of community we all want our kids to grow up in. There are many choices available for students. While I like realistic fiction, someone else may prefer a nonfiction book on the same topic, or some other topic. The beauty of reading is that it can open minds. It gives us a menu of choices that can lead to a lifetime of learning. I'd like to give special thanks to the teachers and staff who have worked so hard to give students and parents so many good choices. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Speaker number 2.
Thank you, school board members, Dr. Gearing, LISD teachers and staff, and the police officers who are here to protect us. Today, I'd like to talk about rights. Throughout American history, people have fought to give us the rights we cherish. I deeply appreciate that for as long as I have been a student, my teachers have ensured that the stories of all people who fought for those rights are told. Sometimes the fight to redeem these rights is words rather than weapons. I learned about people like John Lewis, the Freedom Riders, Mildred and Richard Loving, and others who served as moral examples and used their voices to ensure rights of everyone would be respected equally. When I was in 3rd grade, I did a project on Ruby Bridges, who in the 1960s was the first black child to desegregate schools in New Orleans. She is the subject of a famous Norman Rockwell painting, walking into her school protected by a federal marshal. For Historical Character Day, I came as Ruby Bridges, and my father came as the federal marshal. These heroes walked so we could run. The rights we have, many of us take for granted, aren't guaranteed. They only exist because people made them real. Our rights are the legacy of those who blazed a trail before us. Thank you for having a curriculum and teachers who understand that truth.
Excellent. Thank you. Speaker number 2. All right. Speaker number 3.
I am here tonight as a parent and a citizen who wants to be on the record once again to say, I disagree with a lot of what you're doing to my children. I came prepared, like usual, to quote some of the Constitution that you swore to uphold, but this week I found something else I want to quote from you. Say U.S. Criminal Code, that I want to cite on the record. The Federal Enticement Statute, Section 2422 of the United States Criminal Code. The statute targets the sexual grooming of minors. The statute's focus is on the intended effect on the minor rather than the defendant's intent to engage in sexual activity. In the case of United States versus Chambers, defendant Chambers was convicted of violating the federal enticement statute. The Second Circuit Court of Appeals noted that child sexual abuse can be accomplished by several means and is often carried out through a period of grooming. The court recognized that grooming refers to deliberate actions taken by a defendant to expose the child to sexual material, that the ultimate goal of grooming is to reduce the child's inhibitions and to prepare the child for sexual activity. This is not my words. These are words of the U.S. Criminal Code. This is the reason why I disagree.
All right, thank you, speaker number 3. Speaker number 4.
I'm going to be speaking the first half for Miss Stephanie here. Hello, my name is Stephanie Turner, and I lost my son, my 19-year-old son Tucker, to a fentanyl in September of 2021. Since his loss, I founded Texas United Against Fentanyl, which is a nonprofit created to educate and raise awareness on the dangers of using fentanyl. I shared Tucker's story with our youth in groups where I provide real-life experiences of the devastating effects of fentanyl, which fentanyls can cause. I found that these presentations are extremely effective and informative for students. As a parent with a former and current students within the district, we can count on our schools to be upfront, honest, and care about our children. I recently watched a KXAN news clip with Superintendent Gearing regarding the impact of fentanyl within the district. His statement when asked about fentanyl, yeah, it's definitely a huge issue and one that we're watching very carefully, and we're very fortunate that we haven't seen any loss of life through fentanyl yet in the district. Interviews provide a great opportunity to highlight the issue and share resources to aid in the finding solutions. The superintendent stated that Leander ISD hasn't lost anyone to fentanyl yet.
Thank you. Speaker number 4. Speaker number 5.
Just press here. Okay.
Sadly, I actually know 5 teenagers, one of them being my son. And while those teenagers weren't current students in the district at the time of their death, they did attend LISD. But they aren't teenagers anymore because they're dead, forever 19. Your statement is a misrepresentation to our community. What the community needs to know is that our local law enforcement and drug treatment centers see daily, which is that local teens and young adults are using drugs, receiving Narcan, seeking treatment, and unfortunately losing their lives. The drug dealer that sold to my 19-year-old son was a graduate of Glenn High School. He also was 19. He now is waiting in jail, receiving a prison sentence of 20 years to life. His life as well has been negatively impacted by an extremely powerful drug. When people in leadership positions who could help be a part of the change by creating solutions get on television and make misleading claims to the public, it's taken personally. I take it personally. As you're not serving our community with the truth, I come to this board to ask for Narcan on campus 10 months ago. You met me. You also met my friend Becky Stewart, who lost her 19-year-old son, Cameron. You met her as well. You know our stories. You know our boys went to LISD. Superintendent Gearing, how about we don't carefully watch anything, but be proactive by effectively collaborating to create solutions and resources to educate our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 5. Speaker number 6.
Hello, my name is Cricket Hummel, and I have been employed in the district for over 14 years. I lost my 18-year-old daughter to fentanyl June 13th, 2022. Her older brother graduated in 2020, and she has 3 other siblings currently in the district. She suffered from anxiety and depression and was introduced to drugs in middle school. I reached out to the counselor and the principal, receiving minimum support and direction to help her. The focus always turned to her absences, grades, and graduation. The district needs to have a program that helps students and parents.
Thank you. Speaker number 6. Speaker number 7.
Good evening. Happy New Year. Thank you for taking the time to hear all of us out in the audience on a night that y'all have a lot on your agenda. I'm excited to see the CFAC presentation. I was honored to be able to be a part of the high school CFAC subcommittee and get to tour all the different campuses and see all the different discrepancies. And I know that what you're getting is not going to be a presentation of what are the most dire needs. And I hope as you're considering the information presented by our steering committee that you also take time to look and ask questions to make sure that the urgent needs are looking at student safety over everything else. We have a lot of needs in our district. We have all these recommendations, and then I know over winter break we had a lot of surprises and changes to some of our needs in the district. So I value your time. Thank you for reaching out and getting citizens involved, for letting us see all the different campuses to see those discrepancies, and I hope that we can work towards building up a healthy community that wants to step up and help where needed to make sure that our district facilities are appropriate, safe, and enrich the lives of all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 7. Speaker number 8.
Thanks to the board, to the teachers and staff of Leander ISD, and to the police who are here. Really appreciate all that you do. Truly, many of you are heroes to our family. Monday is Martin Luther King Day. When I was a kid, I had an opportunity in high school to intern for Coretta Scott King at the King Center in Atlanta, and then again in college. Got a chance to meet many heroes like John Lewis, Rosa Parks, and Ruby Bridges. And I really appreciate the fact that my kids, though they can't meet those people directly, can learn about those kinds of heroes, because this school district understands that there are kids from many backgrounds who deserve to have heroes who are like them or who have worked on their behalf or on the behalf of others. And all the students have the opportunity to learn about people who are not like them. It's one of the great things about this school district is that it understands that. And I especially want to reach out to the teachers who have really understood our kids and made special effort to ensure that they were listened to and understood. And when we see what you do with the curriculum in recommending books, in recommending what to learn, and in being as inclusive and diverse as you can, we see you, we hear you, and we appreciate all that you do. You are a light for our family, and we can't say enough about you. And to hear your life's work continue to be attacked, I'm sorry that happens, but I want you to know that we're there for you the way you have been there for us, and we truly appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Speaker number 9. Speaker number 8. Speaker number 9, you're up next.
I also want to thank you as part of your month's recognition, but also want to comment about Martin Luther King and the celebrations and things that we'll be doing for that this coming weekend and on Monday. It occurs to me, we all come to you and we ask so much for you all to do, for the teachers to do, for the staff to do, for the schools to do. We appreciate all that you're doing. I particularly want to, one of the agenda items tonight on Sped, I particularly do want to see you adopt some sort of incentive for them, whether it's a pay increase or a one-time bonus or something. My little brother is a specially abled person, and that type of instruction is very, very important. But I think it's important that we remember public education is one of the huge success stories in our country and in our district. And it's part of what makes democracy important. Part of what I worry about is some people get up here that don't seem to understand what world history really meant, what U.S. history meant, what the U.S. Constitution or our laws say. I wonder sometimes if we don't need some remedial courses for some of our parents and some of our community. But I thank you for all that you do.
All right, thank you, speaker number 9. Speaker number 10. Let's not do remarks for each other. Let's make sure we listen up here. Speaker number 10, you're up.
Good evening, trustees and superintendent. My name is Mike Sanders, and I would like to say a few words tonight about transparency. You know, transparency is something that's often talked about during political campaigns when people are running for office and they make promises that they're going to be transparent in their dealings, and all too often we find that when people get elected and the people who elected them into office or others, you know, in the community ask for transparency, they don't get the transparency that they're asking for. And I'd like to mention tonight a case where I've been asking for transparency and have not received that transparency. I'd like for all of you to honor the laws of Texas here. Particularly, we have in Texas laws that protect or that enable our citizens to ask for information, to make public information requests, and to receive answers to their public information requests. At least 2 different occasions, I have submitted public information requests and have not been provided responses. And so I'm having to go to the Attorney General about this. LISD is responsible to obey the law, to be transparent, and to provide people with responses when they submit public information requests.
All right. Thank you, speaker number 10. That concludes our citizen comments agenda item. We'll be moving on to the consent agenda item. It is on here, but as you'll notice, there are no items there. So we will go ahead and move through that item. Nothing to do there. And move on to our superintendent's report. Dr. Gehring.
Thank you, Madam President. Lots to celebrate here. Our Vista Ridge High School Ranger Marching Band just marched at the Rose Parade in Pasadena, California. Had a fantastic experience. I want to point out here that on the very far right of that picture, you'll see Principal Johnson walking proudly with his band. Fantastic experience for those students. And just the joy on our students' faces as they get to have what really are once-in-a-lifetime experiences. Not everybody will even get to go to the Rose Parade, never mind actually march in it. And I do want to point out Mr. Brian Christian walking very proudly on the other side of that banner from Mr. Johnson, a fearless leader in our district for a very long time, an incredible musician, and an incredible coach of student excellence. Not only instrument players, but also our color guard at Vista Ridge High School, and this is true of all of our marching band programs. They do an incredible job, and we're very, very proud of the work of these young ladies and men. And none of this happens, of course, without our families and the incredible work that our boosters do to support not only our kids, but our staff. This is a particularly good story because we had some small issues with travel with our parent group, and some of them may have chartered a bus, and some of them drove all the way to Pasadena just to see their kids and be supportive. And you might actually see some employees in that crowd too, I will point out. So I want to give you a little bit of a detailed Winter Freeze update. I know you've heard some of these things, but I want to put it all in one place for you to make sure that you have a clear understanding of how we prepared, what happened, and where we are now in terms of our recovery efforts. And so I want to start out by saying that most of our facilities operated exactly as they should have. And so, of course, when we share news with you, especially over the break, as these things are breaking live, we tell you the things that are going wrong, but we don't stop to tell you all the things that have gone right. And so, although we had a lot of coils freezing and failing, when you look at it in terms of the totality of the district, it was only about 3% that actually ended up freezing or failing. And so, wanted to make sure we pointed that out. I will tell you that our maintenance team did an exceptional job over the whole break. And I know down there it says that they started at 5:30 p.m. and worked till 3 a.m. on December the 23rd. But they truly worked the entire break, checking before, making sure that things were happening as this event was taking place over the holiday days, the actual holiday days at Christmas time. But then also the rest of the break to make sure that our facilities were back up and running again. One of the complications of this particular event was the timing. So the freeze itself is one thing, but the damage doesn't actually occur necessarily in the freeze part. The damage starts to occur once the weather warms up and those pipes start to thaw out. And then if we have damaged pipes, then the water starts coming into places it's not supposed to be. And that's when the majority of the damage that occurred at our schools happened. Our maintenance team does a full annual routine winterization of equipment. That happened this time. We cover louvers and shut down our ag bonds really effectively this time. Ag bonds are tricky because they have a lot of exposed piping, and so that happened well in this particular case. Most of our systems, including the HVAC and the plumbing systems, are managed electronically and are connected to the energy management system. And so we'll talk a little bit about how the energy management system and the freeze protection system interacted together. This week, we conducted an after-action review of this particular event, and I do want to give kudos here to John Graham. He is an incredible administrator, and he runs a very tight after-action review to get a lot of people in the room on topic and making sure that we really focused on these 7 questions to walk ourselves highly effectively through what happened and what we need to do next. And so we're not going to run through these in detail, but I wanted you to understand that this is a strong protocol, and John did a great job of leading the team through. What I took out of that is that we have work to do to ensure that our protocols, our roles and responsibilities are very clearly articulated in writing specifically, and then communicated to everybody in charge. One of the comments that was made was that this was really an emergency event, and as such, it probably would have done us well to get into incident command mode, which we didn't do. And so we've learned some lessons along protocols, roles, and responsibilities, and the power that incident command system has in this particular case as well. And then, of course, we have to ensure execution of those protocols in the moment, and make sure that people know what their roles and responsibilities are and are actually taking care of those. We have some software inconsistency and malfunction in the district, and so we're going to look at auditing those systems to make sure that they are operating as they're supposed to. In particular, we have some issue with some of our HVAC equipment where when it's given a command, it will take the command and then revert back again. And it takes several tries to make sure that that command is sticking. And so that's very difficult to deal with if you're not 100% sure that what you've told it to do, it's actually doing. And then this interaction between the energy management system, which is keeping buildings as either occupied or unoccupied. So of course, when we're not in the buildings, we set them to unoccupied mode. That drops the set points and the temperatures significantly. In a freeze situation like this, you don't want those temperatures inside to be too low, to make sure that equipment that's in the mezzanines or in the ceilings is not getting too low temperature. The problem with that is The units that are on the roof have freeze protection modes. And when you occupy the building again to get the temperature up, it disables the freeze protection on the units upstairs, is my understanding. There are probably some maintenance people cringing out there right now as I try to describe these systems. But there's some interactions there that we have to make sure we understand and that are working effectively. We also have some safety and security protocols in terms of the way that our fire doors open and close in the buildings. We had some cases where those doors closed, leaving stairwells without access to the warmer air in the building. And so those areas are some of the areas that we had problems in. So these are the campuses affected and what happened. You'll notice that's most of these campuses are our older facilities. So Blockhouse Creek had an HRU. An HRU unit I've discovered is now I'm going to forget what it is. Laura Lynn. I don't think that's right either. Heat recovery unit, that's it. You see, it takes the citizens in the heat recovery units, and so it's part of the HVAC system, but it's not the actual cooling part, it's the actual fresh air intake into the building part. These have large coils on them. These coils are supposed to have water flowing through them, then they don't freeze. They have automatic valves on them too that shut that chilled water off when you don't want that unit to be returning cool air into the building, which is part of the problem that we had. So when the water stops flowing in those coils, that's when they freeze. And then when they break the pipes and they thaw out, that's when the water comes out of them into the ceilings of the buildings and damages the buildings inside. At CC Mason and Steiner Ranch, the problem were actually sprinkler heads, 2 sprinkler heads that broke. At Steiner Ranch, the problem was one of those sprinkler heads was above a breaker box, and so that then tripped power to the building and created all kinds of other problems in that building. Whitestone Elementary School, that was the picture you saw at the beginning of this. So that HRU coil froze. That eventually dumped water into the ceiling, and then that came through into the building itself. Running Brushy was a very minor valve in the athletics laundry room that broke, very minor damage. Wiley Middle School is a bit of a conundrum for the team. This coil froze in a mezzanine unit, which is inside the building, and we're not quite sure exactly what happened there yet. They're still investigating. And of course, the big issue we had was at Leander High School. Several smaller issues there, but the big issue was one of the HRU coils that froze on the roof. That water then drained into a custodial sink inside the building, which had a block drain. And so that water then ran out of that and then down the hallways and into the middle gym and the dance gym, and we have lost both of those floors. And so we are currently in the process of replacing those floors. So just to give you more detail than you probably need, but we'll run through this pretty fast just so that you can understand the timeline on getting Leander High School back up and running in terms of those 2 gyms in particular. So this week they started to demo those floors. They brought in the barriers and everything. We have security in the building and fencing to separate students from the work itself. And then they'll dry out both of those floors. That takes time because they've got to make sure that it's completely dry before we start doing any of the other work. Then they'll deliver the product, the new floors, back into the building. The new floors have to sit in the building for at least a week to cure adequately before they can be installed and then striped. And then they've got to make sure that everything goes back in place, get those bleachers back in place and get them done. And so we should hopefully be done right at spring break or potentially just after spring break, just depending on how all of those pieces of that go. So I'm going to pause here for a second and see if there's any specific questions about the winter event.
Board members?
I have some questions. I noticed these schools were some of the same schools affected in the last storm we had. So I'm curious to know, is it just because administration didn't go into emergency mode, or will we, in a board memo, will we get kind of an update? You know, you guys went through that action plan. I kind of just is curious to see what happened here.
Yeah, so I'll tell you the two that are particularly concerning to us are CC Mason and Steiner Ranch, and those are sprinkler heads that failed. Those, in fact, were the exact same sprinkler heads that failed in February of 21. And so we're looking really hard and long at why those particular sprinkler heads. I think one of these schools, CC Mason or Steiner Ranch, just has already had their renovation. Steiner Ranch. So those sprinklers, they'd never had sprinklers before the renovation, so those sprinklers went in the renovation. So they're having lots of conversations around what those issues are. But yes, you're right.
And then my other question is, as I mentioned in my board comment, Sade and I visit LHS and got a tour. Y'all who are going tomorrow will get an idea. We got to see the gym before it was pulled up. It didn't smell good. I'm going to be honest with you. Are we planning to test for mold?
So there is a big difference between mold and water damage. Water damage smells too, but mold only comes if water damage is left unattenuated, right? And that's why we have all the drying that's going on. And so they will test the drying and all of that. Mold is very difficult, in fact, to test for because we're all feeling it right now. There's actually probably more mold outside in the air than there is inside some of our buildings. So the job that we have now is to make sure that there are no conditions that will allow for mold to grow in the future.
When you talked about the sprinkler heads that were broken and the fact that those were fairly new, or so we thought, are there any other campuses that we need to be concerned about that may have gotten sprinkler heads maybe from that same manufacturer that are we looking at a possibility of a defect?
That I cannot answer. We'll certainly ask that question. I don't think so. So we have a spreadsheet of every campus and how they were checked throughout this process. And we have not seen that same issue at any other campuses. But certainly that's a great question for us to ask.
I have just to follow up on Anna's question about the mold testing, because those floors were left in there, if I'm reading this correctly. The wood floors were not demolished until this week. So if they were sitting in there for that long, is that not a concern?
No, because they're demoing all of that material comes out, right? There is potentially still a significant amount of water underneath those floors. That will get dried completely. And that's why it takes so long for that process, because they have to make sure that everything is completely dry and tested adequately before they can start installing the new floor. So we have professionals doing this work, certified professionals, and so we'll make sure that it gets done right.
Yeah, I just have a question about, it is seemingly the same schools and the same problems from 21. So is there, a dumb question of, is there an insulation problem with some of the pipes, with the ceiling, with the, and yes, that's a great point. Is there a defect? Love to see about that. It's the same ones that keep happening. Sometimes it's just, there's a certain spot in the building that gets really, really cold. And I think that's just something we really have to address. That is a lot of money up there I'm looking at to fix, when I'm really hoping we can go through and really find a better way to insulate that stuff. It gets hot down here too. So when it gets cold, obviously the insulation would help.
So you make a good point. Several of these schools are our older facilities. Whitestone Elementary School is 31 years old. As we know, construction and design have changed significantly over time. And that's why it's so important for us to maintain our older facilities adequately, and when it's time for their renovations, to do those renovations on time. That, of course, costs a significant amount of money that we usually have to go out to the community for in bond elections. This is what's called capital renewal for the district. We label a lot of those projects as HVAC projects, but really they're full renovations of the campus at that time. And so they address not only the heating and cooling units in the buildings, but also the paint, the plumbing, the electrical systems. All of those things get addressed in those renovations, those capital improvement projects that keep our older facilities up to the standard that we expect for all of our kids. So it's a great question. Thank you.
Well, the last thing I would have to say is a risk management assessment for these older facilities to be so in depth that even if we don't have the funds to rebuild a school, that we just don't have this kind of problems. Because I'm looking at that one that says ran into blocked drain. That just shouldn't happen. I mean, doing a risk management assessment, we just have to do, obviously, a better job. That is a lot, like I said, a lot of money that instead of, as we said earlier about going that money somewhere else, we're going to have to fix things that we already have.
I appreciate that so much. And as a continuous improvement district, that is exactly what we're doing. And so our after action review was focused on exactly that. We're focused on what systems do we have in place to make sure that we have adequate protections against these kinds of things happening. I will point out again that, the majority of our facilities operated exactly as they should have, even some of our other older facilities. Our maintenance crews do an exceptional job of making sure that we don't have these kinds of problems. But certainly we operate over 7 million square feet of facilities, and we're going to have issues every now and then. So. All right, I just have one more at the end of here. I just want to personally say thank you to all of you for the incredible work that you do. It's not every school district that has board members show up every other week, every time, to do hours and hours of work. And this that you see in public is just one piece of that. You know how many hours you spend outside of here, visiting, getting to know, reading, learning, understanding. And I want you to know that I personally deeply appreciate your volunteer acceptance of this responsibility of governing a very large, very complex organization. So thank you for the work that you do for our community, for our children.
I just want to comment on one thing. I want to appreciate our facilities team. We do have a lot of schools, and yet failed in some places. A part of leadership TASB, and just hearing school districts from all across the state talk about what happened. Probably some of us had issues at our homes. That doesn't mean we don't take care of our homes. It's just that these things are going to happen, and that's why we have insurance, and that's why we take care of this. We have a lot of facilities, and so I'd like to just thank our facilities folks for taking care of our campuses. I know that a lot of them were doing everything they could on Christmas and the day after Christmas to take care of our campuses. So if they're watching, please know we appreciate you. All right, that'll conclude this agenda item. We'll go into student experience, and we're going to take up the academic calendar discussion, 23-24, 24-25 academic calendar discussion.
Good evening, everybody. I usually sit in the left chair, so this one feels a little different, but I'll make do. Madam President, members of the Board of Trustees, great to be here tonight to speak to you and give you an update on the academic calendar. We're going to review the development process that we've undertaken, that we shared with you in October, that we were going to undertake. I'm going to share an overview of the community feedback, and we'll have some discussions about a couple options and some different parts of the calendar. And then we'll discuss the preliminary administrative recommendation, tonight's conversation and discussion and input gathering. And then next board meeting, we'll be bringing a draft for your approval. You've seen this slide before. This was our timeline and our opportunities to gather feedback from different stakeholders across our system, starting and ending with DWIC. And then principal meetings, we surveyed almost 900 people, and then listening sessions. So well over 1,000 people involved in the feedback loops, and we're here tonight to talk with you about what that looked like. So overall, you get a lot of information from listening sessions, from meetings, surveys. Overall, satisfaction's been expressed with the structure that we have with our current calendar. Going a little bit more in depth with that, these on the left you'll see, except for that bottom one, these are components of our current calendar. And just asking respondents of the survey their level of agreement or disagreement with these components. So you'll see, for instance, that short first week of school, full week of Thanksgiving, things like that. Overall, high level of agreement with the current components. You see winter break starting on a Monday, which what that means is winter break starting on Monday gives you the 3 weekends and the 16 kind of contiguous days of break. And you'll see that number is a little bit lower than the really high agreement numbers of the others, but it's still a majority, 56.2% of our respondents indicated that they had an agreement with that Monday start. 34.5% had no opinion, and then a little under 10% disagreed. So we teased that out and did a little more research and brought some people together to talk about it. And I'll share with you some options that we can take a look at. Some additional ideas that were shared in the open response. We did have a pretty a good little bit of feedback about that Tuesday election day as a PD day, and supported the idea of, for safety and security, of keeping our campuses empty and having students not on campuses that day. But also said it was, felt strange to have students come to school on a Monday, leave on a Tuesday, come back on a Wednesday. Our attendance on that Monday was a little off. And so there was some ideas floated around to move our continuous improvement conference, which for the last number of years has been in October, to move it to November to coincide and overlap with that election day. And we actually built that into the draft. That's one change from the draft we shared almost a year ago. There was also a request to start winter break earlier when they looked at the draft, which does end up starting on early release day on Friday, December 22nd. And then there was a feedback from staff to add that we need additional professional learning for our new to profession teachers, and that we have quite a decent number of new to profession teachers coming in across the nation and in Leander ISD as well, and some additional time at the beginning of the year before school starts to offer them some additional training and some curriculum training and things like that would be appreciated. Some of the other ideas that I did want to highlight that weren't necessarily the quantity of feedback, but were intriguing. We're considering a year-round calendar, 4-day school week, fall break in October, and how to add more staff and student holidays throughout the school year. And we did get an opportunity to dig into that at our most recent DWIC meeting. I think it was just last week. So we kind of did something a little different this year. I brought those. Normally on that second DWIC meeting, I say, hey, here's kind of what we came up with. Thanks for your help. This time around, I said that too. But then I said, let's get some feedback on some of these ideas then, because while it doesn't necessarily fit into the parameters of what our respondents are asking for right now, these may be things that we want to continue to consider and look at as we move forward. So those were good conversations, some great feedback I'll be happy to share with you if you're interested. So I'm clicking, I want it to go. All right, so let's dig into that winter break, because really winter break was that one piece where we got additional feedback. And so let's look at it. This is the original draft from that I shared with you originally last year in January. So one of the things that's always a challenge is balancing the semesters. You all know this. And so with this calendar, Christmas break technically for our students starts that afternoon of Friday, December 22nd. Starts for our staff, obviously on Saturday the 23rd, then the official days off are Monday 25th, and you can see what goes on there. So we got some feedback that actually we got quite a bit of feedback saying that looks great, love the calendar, don't change a thing. We got other people that said, hey, I got to go back to work before Tuesday, January 9th. That makes my life difficult. We have some issues brought to our attention and relative to custody with our families where a divorce has occurred and there's joint custody. And so we've dug into a lot of that. This calendar does align best with the 6-week cycles at the secondary level. So that's the first one. So we could start a week earlier and kind of still honor that desire by 56.2% of our respondents on the survey to start the official holiday start on a Monday. It does wreak a little bit of havoc with our semester balance. And there was some concerns that I think we worked through with Pete Pape, our finance guy, relative to payment timelines and kind of how early you get paid and making sure your paycheck stretches through that holiday break and not to spend it all on last minute shopping and things and then your bills come up. It is an interesting thing that can occur there. So third, let's look at a midweek start. Does not allow for the 3 weekends. So in reality, you got a 14-day break instead of a 16-day break. Of course, you got that next weekend coming up, but you got to go to school and work for a few days beforehand. Also, in the past, when we look at attendance, any weeks that are shorter than a four-day week, it impacts the attendance. So that 18th and 19th, and then before break, and then the 4th and 5th after break, that really does unintentionally give our families some flexibility with their travel plans. So that's basically what we're looking at. I'd say the second option is the least desirable. If I click back, and I don't know what's going on here. If the batteries are going dead, I might need some help clicking from the peanut gallery over there. I would like the slide right before this one. Right after that one, sorry. I think maybe it's catching up with my clicks now. So the early start, that earliest start, is probably, from an administrative standpoint, the least desirable because it does start so early and throws the semesters out of balance. We can do any of the three, and I have an opinion, but I definitely have a recommendation based on community feedback. So that's okay. What am I doing wrong here, folks? Okay, here we go. Click. And pointing at the window, pointing it at Mark. Okay, we're going back. Sorry, everybody. Okay, so I'm just gonna keep my arm right here. Luckily, it's a light clicker. All right, so this is the preliminary draft. You should be able to see it good on your screen. This is the draft we are recommending, but it's a preliminary recommendation. Open to feedback tonight, and absolutely we'll honor the will of the board and do whatever work necessary based on your feedback. This particular one is the calendar with a reset from this time around, which puts our students getting out on that Friday, December 22nd. Also, like I mentioned to you, there's a couple other components that we're retaining. I want to just take a minute to talk about that. As far as required minutes for the academic year, we do meet the minutes, the state requirement, and we do have 2 additional days of minutes built in, which also meets the requirements to have either 2 days built in for bad weather days or an additional 2 days of padding built into the minutes. As requested by our constituents, first day of school is a short week. And I should mention that if we did go with the midweek start, that does, or actually if we did go with the early start, we'd have to we'd have to monkey around a little bit with our student days and our teacher days, because it put us getting back on January 1st, Monday, which obviously you can't do that. So we had to add an additional vacation day there too. So the early start actually gives you 17 days of break, but then we have to make adjustments to other portions of the calendar. Last day of school with the preliminary recommendation is before Memorial Day on that Friday. Just a couple of other pieces that we have built in previously and that staff and community members have continued to ask for. That beginning of year before school starts, last year we built in based on teacher requests and recommendations, we built in 2 dedicated teacher work days. So not professional development, not coming to meetings, unless that was what they wanted to do during their work day, but it was 2 dedicated teacher work days. We are continuing to have those days built into the calendar, and that did not take away professional learning time that we had in previous calendars or time on campuses for principals to work with their staff. We kept the dedicated day at the end of September for parent conferences, a full day. We've monkeyed around with this for years, and finally last year we fixed it and gave it a full day. We've given half days, we've given early release days, and it's not enough to meet with very many parents. So we gave 1 full day. That's also right near into the last week of a 6-week grading period as well. And so it works out well for secondary level, whether you need time to work on grades, you do want to make those parent contacts, things like that. We moved the continuous improvement conference, as I was talking to you about, but that still left us with a single PD day, so we kind of flipped it, where we had 2 days in October for conference and 1 day in November, that Tuesday. Now we have the conference 2 days in November right there. There's no Monday in between there that you have to send your kids to school and then figure out how to take them back home. And then there's that 1 day in October, which is now on a Monday. Kept the student early release days at the end of each semester and built in the professional learning time for collaboration, for learning in collaboration with staff, which we have had in the previous calendar as well. Oh, aiming at the window. Come on, big guy. All right. We've also provided a draft for the 24-25 calendar as well, as has been previously requested and then reinforced by the community in the current survey, a desire to be able to plan their lives over the next 2 years, which I find to be impressive. I'm just working on what to do next week, but personal life. Professionally, we got 2 years of calendar for you, and it follows the same structure as the calendar we're proposing for next year. And as you know, the calendar adjusts and resets, a day or after a leap year, 2 days. This particular one, the Christmas or the winter break, settles in quite nicely. So anyway, I've done a lot of talking there. I'm going to try to click back to whatever slides we want to look at as you ask questions and or offer advice. So I'm here for discussion.
Matt, thank you very much for the presentation. A couple of things to think about, board members, as we start this discussion. This is not a discussion about the grading cycle, 6 week versus 9 weeks. That's a whole different discussion, a different agenda item. So that wouldn't be something that would cover in this. This is about the calendar dates that we're talking about. And then I'd like to hear from y'all, I'm sure Matt as well, is what are the other things we need, other questions we have about this. Remember, this is discussion tonight. Y'all can keep discussing it for the rest of the week, and then voting would be at our next meeting. Board members?
Question I have, so if I'm looking at this calendar and our first date, you know, hold on, let me get back there, sorry. You know, on the 25th. When are teachers having to submit grades?
So they generally submit grades. I think it's secondary is the area where we might have the most questions about. Generally, they submit after the work day. And if I'm wrong, some schools might be doing it a little bit differently, but upon their return. Other districts, sometimes people are required to submit grades before they leave for break. We do it after you return from break.
Okay. That's where my biggest concern is, that our teachers are giving finals and they're grading, and if they're having to post things, I mean, they're working up until that very day when people are showing up and they want to have time to prepare for the holidays, and you know, so that's the conundrum here, right? With
Yes.
Christmas falling on the day of the week that it does is my biggest concern. I get it; it messes with our grading cycle. But if we're not posting grades on secondary until we come back, then how bad is it if it's not lined up perfectly?
That's an excellent question. So feedback we've gathered is especially relative to 6 weeks, that just the ability to cover material, it's the teaching and learning part, not necessarily the grading part. And that it creates, starting earlier, creates a really short last 6 weeks. That's really more like 4 weeks. And so we try to account for that, but then you're like, well, now we're on a 5-week schedule and things like that.
I may be missing something, so board members, please correct me if I'm looking at way too many calendars and I'm starting to get a bit blurry-eyed, but I like the general concept of 2 straight weeks. It gives us 3 weekends, but there's just going to be some stinky calendar years that are not going to work as smoothly. Yep. I think this year, when the second was rolling around and teachers were going in for professional development day, we were all going, wow, this feels a lot different, I think, than was anticipated.
People didn't love that. I will just say that. If I didn't say that earlier, I don't think I did.
And then I think the same thing's going to happen for this calendar, where then everybody's waiting to that next time. So I'm wondering what it might be, or if the board, if there's an appetite, to not break up the calendar so much for the other times, to leave that full 2 weeks so you get the 3 weeks, and you do a half week though, or something like that, or something else different for this calendar, to be able to account for that. My only concern then is I'm starting to weigh though the custody agreements, because then does it shortchange a parent each time? And so I'm trying to balance that, and we're not going to get all the answers tonight. I just wanted to let you know where I was trying to start looking at, and if you think that's a completely non-starter, I'd love to hear that now so I can keep focusing my questions during this week.
I think, looking at all of the fact that, when folks are going to have to go back to work, and how do they handle childcare issues that first week in January, if we're off that full week, most businesses aren't going to be closed that entire week. That's another concern that I remember seeing about and hearing about from people. I do like the idea of the short weeks, but I know what that does to our attendance, and that's a problem. And so that's another concern that we need to figure out, because of course that's funding for us, and that's just you're right. There's going to be years where it's just yucky. The other thing I wanted to mention that I did see that it's confirmed is that spring break in 24 for UT is the week of the 18th. I don't know. I know we typically align with UT, and so I had a question about that. That right now we're slated for the 11th through the 15th, But if UT is the 18th through the 22nd, is there a chance that we'll bump to that, or what are your thoughts there?
I appreciate you asking that. So we are monitoring that situation, and I appreciate you bringing it to our attention that like the day that it happened. And the only reason I even knew about it is because my wife works at the University of Texas. But so it is important to align to UT. It is even more important to align to ACC because we have students attending ACC, and lots of them. And so the ACC has not changed their schedule yet, and I don't know that they're going to, but we're monitoring and trying to gather some information from them. If they do make the change, I think we're going to have to probably revisit what's going on. And I understand what we want to try to, hopefully, if there was going to be a change, and they haven't indicated necessarily that they want to do so, then we would want to do that as soon as possible because it will impact people's travel plans.
Right, and then looking at that, would that mean that if that flip-flopped, that means that we would get that student day off the 25th? Would it just bump down, do you think? It's kind of weird because it puts it late in the month.
It is weird, and Easter.
And Easter, right. So I wonder if we
also in an interesting place as well.
If we flipped it to the 11th and then made the week off the 18th. I assume we're talking to someone at ACC as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
With regards to spring break, I looked at South by Southwest, Leander ISD, Austin ISD, Round Rock ISD. All of them are the week of the 11th. It's UT that is different.
But what I wonder
else.
is because UT has now made it official, if the rest of them will change.
It is possible, but Shadi, I appreciate you bringing that up because we did verify with all the other districts in our area, and we're all hanging tough on the 11th for right this second. Other districts are in various stages of developing or adopting their next year's calendar as well.
Okay, lots to ponder over this next week. Maybe we'll see. Any other questions?
I just have a
We're gonna do
comment.
wrap up. Okay.
I was on the DWEC call this week, and y'all know me. I love to get all into all the information I can. And would you mind? I know, shocking. I was just wondering if you could possibly share those comments with the board members in a Friday memo because I thought they were really interesting because it was the perspectives I was expecting from certain individuals. I did not. My mind was open. So I just would like to see if you could share that with them.
Absolutely. And you were a part of the information gathering process, and I appreciate that. So sorry about the shout out in the meeting. I don't know if you try to say incognito sometimes. Anyway.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. I'm up for the next one too, so I'm just bringing up a colleague.
Well, wait a second. We got to put a pause in that next one, and y'all can figure out then the PowerPoint structure.
All right.
Before we move to our next agenda item, we are going to go into closed session for our Texas Government
Ice
Code
in the kicker.
551.074, deliberation regarding superintendent contract. Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. There'll be no action taken in closed session. We will return to open for any decisions. Oh, it's 8:03, and we're going into closed. Board members, it is 8:55 and we are back in open session. Let me make sure I count to see I have a quorum. 4. I have 4. All right, we're going to go ahead and move to our next agenda item, a little out of order. We have guests who are waiting to speak to us tonight, and so we want to go ahead and have them come up. We'll start with item C1, operations, discussion of bond oversight committee recommendations.
Bond oversight, that's my area, isn't it?
We're in trouble.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Madam President, board members, Dr. Gearing, excited to be here tonight. We are bringing the Bond Oversight Committee Chair, John Lux, to talk about a recommendation they have discussed, and so I'll let John take it over.
All right, yeah, good evening. Yeah, just, again, this is the bond project savings update. They're under consideration. Looking at what was brought before the board, or try to go the other way.
Hit the side one.
Side one, okay. All right, clicker's working. Yeah, that was brought before the board is the two stoplights. I don't know if you, I'm sure all of you have been over by Henry Middle School, Vista Ridge High School, and Reagan Elementary. There are some stoplights, there are school zones, there are the blinking lights, but obviously there's a significant amount of traffic that's over there. Currently, there is a police officer that is hired by the school district to sit there in front of Henry Middle School, and it runs about $60,000 a year for that, just that one police officer to monitor that intersection. Over by Reagan Elementary, the four-way intersection is a little bit further east of the school, so it's away from where the kids actually cross, but there's a lot of traffic. I was just telling Jimmy, I was over there the other day looking at it, and the traffic backs up almost all the way up that kind of that short hill up to the, so you can imagine parents getting anxious, kind of, you could see people trying to go all at the same time, kids trying to cross, so it just becomes a very dangerous thing. So Jimmy had worked with the city of Cedar Park, and the recommendation is that the district will pay for one of the stoplights, and then the city will pay for the additional light on over there by Reagan Elementary. So our recommendation from the savings that we had from the previous bond, the 2007 bond and 2017 bond, the money left over from the project savings. So the recommendation is to fund just one of the school signals lights. The city will do the other one. So recommendation is for $500,000 estimated for the light, and then for the project management, again, kind of an additional funds. It seems, even though it seems more than the actual light, there's gonna, for extra surplus per se as needed for other projects that may come up. So that's our recommendation, is the city will do one light, and then the recommendation is for the district to do the secondary light. Again, for safety purposes. Again, there's a lot of traffic, and then there was a couple of incidences over by Reagan where individuals were actually hit by cars. So really felt the committee felt like this is kind of an important thing to spend the extra money that we had savings from the previous bonds to do. So I don't know, Jimmy, if you have anything else.
One thing I'll add, if y'all should choose to move forward, then our next step will be is to do an interlocal with the city of Cedar Park, and then we'll bring that back for approval. But that'll tie in if we pay for the signal, they're going to do the design, the bidding, and the installation, and then maintain it also. So we're just funding it, and they'll take care of getting it installed.
By doing that, will they then assume responsibility forever?
Yeah, it's theirs to maintain and take over.
Synchronize the whole, they'll be part of the whole city lighting system and so forth.
Any other questions, board? I am curious when y'all, just to help remind the community and the board, how do y'all end up selecting projects to look at for bond savings? And in other words, do you have like a list, and once you're aware of bond savings, then you pull those items over? Or how does that work for the committee?
Yeah, it's just as individual items are addressed or they come before the committee. We always have the balance of what's the savings is, and then as items come from to the committee, then the committee decides whether that's something that we should bring before the board as a recommendation. I wouldn't say there's a long laundry list that we're waiting on, but it's just as different things come up and so forth. If you have anything else. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Anything else?
No, and we're not looking for action tonight. It's for approval next meeting.
Board members, if there aren't any other questions, and seeing how many questions we've seen on this item, with y'all's permission, let's move this to consent agenda for our next one then. Thank you so much for waiting. We really appreciate it. And thank you for your work. Volunteers in our community who spend hours and hours. And also apologies. We told our guests, our volunteers, that we were going to be here at 8:30, and we were off on time. So thank you so much for waiting. Really appreciate it. So
thank you guys for
thank you.
Thanks.
All right. All right. Speaking of volunteers, let's go to our next group of volunteers. Discussion of Citizens Facility Advisory Committee update.
Madam President, Dr. Gary, and board members, the Citizen Facility Advisory Committee, the steering committee, is here to provide an update tonight, and we have Clint Pruitt and Matt Ormiston as two of the co-chairs, and Kara Owen is also a co-chair, but she was not able to make it tonight, and so they're going to give you a brief update tonight of what they've been up to.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us. I first want to come out and say thank you to the more than 130 community volunteers that participated in the subcommittees and really did the legwork on this project, as well as the district staff and personnel that assisted. I mean, they put in a lot. I mean, at least over 1,000 people hours on this project. And I also want to thank the other 12 members of the steering committee. We've, the last 2 nights we've been up here in this room till 11 o'clock each night, 5+ hours. We've had a lot of robust, good, productive discussion about kind of where we see things going here. And I just wanted to, before we jumped into any of our presentation, I just wanted to take the time to thank everybody who has really made this a very fruitful process.
All right. Thank you, Matt. And so this is just a kind of an overview of the timeline for the committee. As I'm sure you're aware, the subcommittees have met throughout the fall, and then through early January, and actually starting in January 3rd, was our first steering committee meeting where we heard the recommendations, or each of the subcommittees presented their Tier 1 and Tier 2 recommendations to us. And so since January 3rd, we've had 3 meetings. I think that we go into more detail on the next slide on that, but then obviously we're working through that process of reviewing those recommendations as a committee, and then would be bringing a recommendation at the meeting on the 26th, and then obviously the deadline to call an election, if that's the decision that's made, is February 17th, and then obviously May 6th is the bond election date. Again, just an overview of the meetings that we've had over the last few months. And again, really in earnest over the last week and a half with the subcommittee recommendations on the 3rd. And then the steering committee has had meetings on the 5th, the 10th, And then last night I had a meeting, and then we think it'll take one more meeting early next week to get to a recommendation.
Yeah, and then this slide is kind of the uniform tiering criteria that the subcommittees utilize to prioritize their projects. And so, like I said, those 130 plus individuals went through a laundry list of products and assigned tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 ratings to each one. And this here shows you the criteria that was used to identify what constitutes tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. And as far as this represents the sum total of each of the 6 subcommittees' tier 1 recommendations. As you can see, the total there just shy of $450 million of items that the subcommittees consider to be tier 1 items. We took we reviewed the tier 1 items and the tier 2 items in depth with members of the subcommittees, asked questions of them and also of district personnel, and we went through a vetting process, and we're still in the process of nailing down exactly kind of what our recommendation is going to be. But we have gone through and have identified kind of the projects that we think would be part of a recommended bond package.
So that's just an overview of the work over the last couple of weeks. And again, we have a meeting, one more meeting early next week, but happy to answer any questions.
Board members, any questions? I really don't have any questions. I just want to thank you all. I know that schedule has been a lot, and I know those meetings have gone late, and just so much appreciation for the amount of work y'all have done in a short time. It's just, that is a lot of volunteer hours, a lot of people, and a lot of hours. So thank you for doing all of this.
Thank you.
Well, and when I started with opening remarks, I talked about being together, right? Of how is it community, our teachers and staff, students all coming together to help support our student learning. And the work and the time that y'all have put in is definitely appreciated. It takes a lot of voices and a lot of people. And as you said, over 100, how many on your subcommittee?
Over 130 community members.
Over 130 different individuals spending time to go look at campuses, inspect the campuses, look at the needs, look at ancillary needs, talk about our transportation needs. So thank you so much for y'all's work. When you come back before the board with your recommendation, to give you a heads up, because I love questions and I thought I'll go ahead and tell y'all, I'd like to know about the process, like what was the process y'all did when you give us your recommendations of what made those come forward, because some will be on the list and some won't. So that'll probably be where I'm at when we have our next discussions. Anything
Perfect.
else?
Perfect.
Right.
Can I just say one thing? When's the next time you're going to present?
It'd be on the meeting on the 26th.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Thank you so much. We appreciate y'all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all.
Okay. All right, board members, lots to noodle on there. We'll move back up to the instructional material selection update because Matt's been just waiting on the edge of his seat. He's waiting for us to call him up and then move something else up on the agenda and send him back. I'm so sorry. We're going to do this one now. No. All right, we have the instructional material selection update. That's student experience. Oh, we got a good clicker. Okay, student experience, 8A2.
Okay, back in the zone. So we're here to just give you an update on the instructional materials selection process. And you've seen the process before. It is the process that was developed over the course of a year and a half last year, that it's open, the materials are open for review. So I'm going to hand it over now to my esteemed colleague, Senior Director of Curriculum, Alicia Westcott.
Hi, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well tonight. We're going to spend some time just going through the process that we go through for our instructional materials adoption and the cycle that we're in right now. Most of what you will see tonight you have seen before, and we presented this in September. So the purpose is to kind of let you know what materials are being reviewed for adoption and the timeline and the way that our community can interact with those. You'll see on this the 2 courses that are asterisked on this page were not presented in September because that presentation was before our course proposal process. So these are 2 courses that were proposed as a part of that process, and so now they are in the instructional materials review, and that is the African American Studies and the Mexican American Studies courses. So social studies was originally a part of this process this year, but as you may have heard in the news, the social studies TEKS got pushed back. So because of the State Board of Education voting to delay updating the state social studies curriculum until 2025, the decision has been made to delay the selection of new instructional materials for K-12 social studies, psychology, sociology, and financial literacy until the new TEKS have been adopted, and then current resources that we have in place will be utilized until that time. And we go through an annual process with our textbook coordinator and the entire, as a part of the manual for our textbook adoption, to look every year to see what gaps do we need to fill, where do we need to buy textbooks to hold through our gap years, because we have gap years that happen in other courses all the time as well. So this is our timeline. Again, this isn't new information, but this is when we work through with our teachers to make the selections for our materials. So we start with having campus representation, and we have every campus represented. In this case, these are all high school courses. So we ensure that we have members from every high school participating in the process. Sometimes multiple members, it depends upon the course. For example, calculus doesn't have very many calculus teachers on each campus, so there might be fewer members, but we ensure representation across the board. They participate in meetings, they've been participating in them in groups, and members of our curriculum team host meetings for them to talk together about the books that they are able to review. We get copies of all of the available textbooks that meet our EF local policy to work through and for them to look at. Then we go to this process of gathering community feedback, which is what we will be starting next week. So all of that will open officially on Tuesday the 17th. Its first public viewing is actually tonight, so you may have seen in the back of the room. We have a setup with all of the hard copies of the books that we have hard copies for. Some things are only digital, and so there's also a notebook with all the digital links and all of the QR codes as well as the feedback form. So that will be they're available for people. And then as we're continuing to work through this process, teachers are continuing to meet to narrow down their selections. So when parents and community members and you all go and start looking at these, you'll see multiple choices within each subject area. And that will be considered with the community input as well as the teachers continuing to refine their process of seeing what best meets the TEKS as well as the instructional needs for our children. Then they'll start narrowing it down to where then we will come to a recommendation to you at a future board meeting to make those recommendations of what we are saying. This is the textbook that we feel like best meets the needs. And so again, just kind of reviewing, this is the kind of that communication timeline. So we're in that second bullet of our progress update, and then you will be able to have feedback opportunities on the resources, and then we'll come back in a little bit for final recommendations and approval of our IMA adoption. The gathering of the community feedback is one of those things that was a result of being more transparent or having greater communication with our community and ensuring that we're giving multiple opportunities and multiple venues for people to give us feedback about what's out there. So samples will be available in person at both our administration office and as well as Cedar Park High School, and that will start on Tuesday, and that will then run for 1 month. So that will be until February 17th. And there is a form with a QR code for people to give feedback that will then all be collected and reviewed with the teachers as a part of that entire process. Our SCR department will work with us to ensure that people know how they can provide feedback. Daniel's been working with me to update the website so that on Tuesday it is ready to go. We do have a couple of vendors that we're still waiting on a username and password for the public, but that is going to be ready tomorrow, so we will be ready to go on Tuesday for everyone to be able to do that. We will collaborate with DWIC. Our first CACAC meeting in January will be allowing them an opportunity and dedicated time to go through and look at all of those sources. We will also take that to our Superintendent Student Advisory Council and give them an opportunity to look at what's happening within those books as well. So we really are trying to make sure that all of those opportunities are there, so because we want and need the feedback so that we can make the right decision. Lastly, and this was something that we added last year, is that we will hold a virtual listening session. There will be 3 times throughout the day that parents can Zoom in with our curriculum coordinators. So our world languages, social studies, and math coordinators will be on the Zoom to get into small groups with people who want to ask questions and provide input. It was very successful last year. I think the people that attended felt like they really got to get some of their question answers about the process, as well as the books that we had for that year. So this is just kind of an overview slide of everything I just said before, but this is where parents will be able to go and look, community members can go and look and view, and all the multiple different ways to do that. And again, it will run from Tuesday until February 17th. And then this is how people will register for that session, and there's a form to do that, and we will send out the link to parents and family members and community members and students who register to participate in one of these once they've registered, and then we'll invite them into that Zoom. And I think that's it.
Board members? Board members, it's also a good idea to talk to your constituents, your community, your social media feeds, push out those opportunities for our citizens, our community, to parents to add some feedback to our materials, and attend a virtual listening session if they want. So, all right, thank you so much. That'll conclude the agenda item on our instructional materials. We'll move to governance. Item B1, discussion of board operating procedures. And Trustee Smith and I have gone through these board operating procedures before I turn it over to our chair to kind of walk you through some of those changes, to give you a bit of history of kind of the evolution, if you will, of our board of trustees operating procedures. So at one point the board had 3 kind of separate documents. One that kind of explained like our expectations for the superintendent, one that explained our expectations with each other, and then like our operating procedures. And we went and underwent through an effort to combine all those. As we went through this process this time to update, it became more and more apparent to Anna and I, as we were looking at it, that there's some redundancy in here, and the organizational structure might not be as user-friendly. I mean, this is for our community to know how we're supposed to operate, and for each of us to know how we want to operate. So we saw a need to, at some point, once we get through this evening and at our next meeting, the next round of changes will be to kind of add some of that refinement where it's easier to read, it kind of flows and reduces the duplicative portions of it. The overall goal of this one was to, 1, put in the things that we talked about in the team of 8. You remember we sat down and talked about the norms, what we expect of our leader and what we expect of each other, and so you'll see that in effective governance as we change that wording as we talked about in the meeting. We also wanted to make sure that we stated the norms clearly to manage expectations. There are some things we do and expect that didn't actually make it into the board operating procedures. It was just kind of like, everybody knows this. And then we have our 2 new trustees, Francesca and Paul, and it's like, wait, does everybody know? Wait, did we get a memo out? We got to send an email. So this is about putting some of that into writing. And then also anything that needs clarity. We've realized that as we've been putting things in here, that there were some items that needed further explanation. And there's actually some items we wanted to discuss with you tonight. We certainly don't have to solve everything this evening. And it might be, and it is perfectly permissible, trustees, to say either either A, you want to noodle on it longer, or B, that's probably not a change we want for this round. Let's talk about it for next round. And so that certainly is an option. I will draw your attention, because that's where Anna's going to start us anyway, under effective governance. And it says, accordingly, the team of 8 will. And the reason there is that wording, and I wanted to draw your attention to it, is because although this is board operating procedures, how we interact with each other, in our team of 8, we talked about how we interact with leader, how we want our leaders to interact with us, what we want Superintendent Gehring to do, what we want the president to do, whomever that is in that position. And so we really took that team of 8 concept, and that's in this section. The rest of it does have some team of 8 in there, but it's more about board, how we're going to conduct these meetings. So without further ado, Anna, did I set that up well?
You could just do it. Just kidding. As Trish said, y'all remember our board retreat. That Saturday we went over board operating procedures, and that beginning, remember we did the nice 4 charts about what we wanted in a board member, what we wanted to be treated like a board member, what we expected out of our board president. And Trish and Sarah Grissom and Dr. Sarah Grissom and I, we put together these norms and just kind of basically combined those words that were on that chart that we all put together, how we want to feel respected, how we want to feel heard, how we are all only one voice of 7. And so we kind of, as you can see, 1 through 8, put together some things. Questions? Do y'all want me just to go through line by line and then questions as we go? Does that help? Okay. So no questions there, then scroll down. Like Trish said, you're going to see a lot of repetitiveness in this, but we will fix it. Just hold on. If you go down, you'll see in section election of board members right here, D. As y'all all know, when you're elected as a new board member, you have orientation. For those that don't know at home, as a newly elected board member, you sit with the board president, you sit with the superintendent and administration, and you kind of get a catch up, and it is like drinking from a fire hydrant. One thing in particular that we really wanted to make sure that this meeting is respectful of the new trustees' time, administration's time, and really gets down to the core business of what they need to know so they can, be able to sit up on the dais and be able to do their job. So, any questions? No? Good. All right, scroll down. This is the one I'd like to have for conversation with the board. So if y'all know, we have board agenda planning sessions once every 2 weeks. And what that looks like is the board president gets with Dr. Gehring, and 2 other trustees usually get on the call, and they help prepare the agenda for the following week. And y'all know that our board calendar agenda, we did this whole beautiful exercise right there. And so that is driving what's in the calendar agenda. So it's not a matter of, I want to see operations, I want to see this. That's not really what you're doing. This calendar is kind of already preset, but you're going in there and assuring what can be on consent agenda. What is this really necessary for right now? Has this been repeated? And so some of the conversations I've had with Trish is, how do you prepare for future board president? How do you prepare a future vice president, right, of the board? And so I wanted to have a conversation with the board. How do we want those board agenda planning sessions to look like? Do we want to keep it right now just with the board president and superintendent and 2 trustees like Cindy had been doing, is sending out an invite and it's first come, first serve? Do we want to reserve it for just president and vice president and then whoever gets that next spot? Do we want to rotate it? I don't care either way or the other. I just want to make sure that this is the will of the board and that we're not getting into a situation where we're essentially closing out other people for that experience. So, discussion.
I mean, there's room for 2 people to join, and what it says here in B is B2 is the board vice president participates in the agenda planning, is that the meeting as well? That's taking away a spot.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to have the conversation with y'all and see what y'all thought.
Yeah.
But then also the question when we thought about this is, and this is where I started going down a rabbit hole, is how do you ensure that your future board officers are getting the training they need? So that way, in my case, I got thrown in the secretary position and I had no idea what I was supposed to do. Like, I didn't get any training. I didn't get anything caught up. So that's where we were kind of having that conversation is how do you ensure that you are preparing potential, either of us, board members, for that board agenda planning call and say, one of us become president? How do we get that, practice going?
Maybe it's just to remind people that if you would like to, you participate because you want to, but if you would like to be a board officer, that this is a good a practice arena or something that you really should join in, as opposed to, well, board vice president should join, but what if the board vice president doesn't join?
I think the language, I think it's great that we give opportunities for different board members to attend. I do think that we need to pass it to different people, so it's not just the first person that responds to an email. And so it needs to move around so everyone has an opportunity and there's transparency with that. I do think I like the president and the vice president being able, the president obviously has to be there. I do like the vice president being able to attend those. And then there's one other seat that can rotate. And if the vice president can't go or whatever, then there's 2 seats.
I wonder if it's possible to give the vice president the first right to refusal for that spot, so that the vice president is asked every time, but if the vice president can't make it or doesn't want it, then it immediately becomes available, instead of, because otherwise it might not be known that it's available. I don't know. That's just one way of doing it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I kind of like that idea where, it would be president and then vice president, first right of refusal, and then would that give you enough time? Like, for instance, right now, does that give you enough time to say, oh gosh, I've got another meeting that day, I'm not going to be able to make it, and then have Cindy put it out to everybody and say, whose turn is it, who wants to go, that kind of thing. I don't want to actually make extra work on the part of administration to be able to manage that as well.
I think we can manage that.
I think a rotation is a good idea as well. And if say it's my turn in the rotation and I can't make it because of a work meeting, then it would pass to the next person, so to speak. That kind of thing. I don't know.
I may be speaking out of turn here, but I think from our experience, we haven't really filled that spot every time necessarily. So we haven't bumped into that problem of like having to rotate. I think if we get to where we fill it every time, then we would maybe, offer that or just suggest that. But I think we can manage it.
Because I feel like for me, I would wait till anyone would respond and no one would respond, and I was always on every single agenda planning session, which what I'm trying to do here is just make this more of a flow and that everybody gets a chance to see what that looks like, because it truly is an experience. Like I had no idea that the behind the scenes go, and then you get on that call and it's like, oh, okay, I see what we're doing.
Yeah, and that was one of my concerns with this, is just making sure that everybody, whether you have aspirations to be a board officer or not, that everybody gets the opportunity to be on these calls, because it's how the meetings are run. Because every person up here should know how the process works, what we're doing, what goes into the process. So I just want to make sure that we have that opening for whoever wants to have that experience and know, because I was on it last week and it was really helpful for me then coming into this meeting, because I now have another insight into how this works. So I just want to make sure that we're leaving that open for everybody to know what the processes are.
I just got another idea about that. So yeah, like orientation, I'm just board planning agenda. Anyway, Paul, do you have any comments? Okay. All right, so I am assuming the board, I'm taking notes is give the VP the option to be on the agenda call, because I don't want to go back and watch this. Give the VP the option to be on the agenda call, right? If that doesn't work, then Cindy, do we want to do a rotation and Cindy reaches out to the next board of trustee, or do we just let her throw an email out?
I think we keep it the way it is right now until it becomes an issue. And then if we have 4 people that want, then she can say, okay, we need to start reaching out. But it's not an issue, so I don't want to think we need to make more work for her if it's not.
All right, scroll down. You're going to see in D that, okay, so you see a D again. Here's another repetitive part. The board president, vice president, and superintendent shall prepare the agenda for each board meeting. So
It
again,
doesn't
it's,
say vice president. Remember, we took that out
Oh,
because
it's
we
in
said
there.
that's placing items D1 on page 7.
Yeah.
It says the board president superintendent. Are you looking at the right copy? It
Wait.
doesn't say,
Hold on.
because we had discussions on that. Remember, Anna, we took it out because of the repetitiveness. Yeah, and we said placing agenda, we have a quorum issue because we didn't want to have.
I see it now.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no worries. Okay, good. Have we got you a good copy, or do you need a hard
Nope,
copy?
I was looking
Okay.
at the one that I was working off of.
Okay.
So you're fine.
Okay, good.
All right, just keep going down.
Yep, page 8 is where we're going to next.
All we did there, section F, section F, number 7, 8, 9, 10, we moved those down over to voting, the section under voting. That's all we did. And then we also added in number 7. Again, this goes back to our board retreat on Saturday, where we did that cool little, how we expressed our feelings. And that's basically what we threw that in there. Just respects the right of individual members to express their viewpoints and vote their convictions and honors the decision of the majority. Scroll down. We're going to go to page 11, closed meetings. What we added here is in C, the board secretary will prepare a certified agenda of the proceedings of each closed session and file it with the executive assistant to the superintendent or designee. Again, it's just when you start looking at other board operating procedures, it's just closing that gap. That's it. And a lot of them have that in there. What do you do with the closed minutes? Where does it go?
There was a slight oversight for us, the executive assistant to the Board of Trustees, if possible.
Yep, I see it. Do you?
Instead of the superintendent, so it would be Cindy
It'd be
instead
good
of
as-
Mitchie.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
I see that now. And then scroll to page 12. Again, just we moved those voting things over, voting information over. You got the evaluation of the superintendent. C is what we added because this year, well, I'll read it. It's pretty long, and it's basically what we started this year: those quarterly reviews and what we're kind of what we've been doing, but now it's here. Right.
And it takes our contract language and puts
Exactly.
it in here
That was
for
the big
continuity.
thing. All right, scroll down, go to page 14. One thing communication, so I know the board has talked about having a communication workshop. That was one of the things we talked about at our retreat. One of the things we had brought up during the retreat was when a trustee would like to get reimbursed for, say, going to a TASB event or conference, just to make sure that you have, wait, I meant the wrong thing. I'm sorry, guys. Let me back up. This is in regards to citizens may contact the Board of Trustees, and I think that's a conversation we need to have with administration on what does a reasonable time look like as far as a response.
About managing expectations.
Yes.
We also said we didn't want that in our board operating procedures. We don't manage, we manage.
Right,
talk to
and so
Bruce,
that's where that
but-
communication workshop will come into place. We struck through board communication, as you can see, is just repeating itself. Okay, now go to page 16, board member visits to a school campus. What we did add in here is prior to any campus visitation in their official capacity, board members will complete a full background check with Leander ISD's volunteer application process as detailed in policy GFK legal.
This is kind of the practice we're doing, but this memorializes it in writing.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, we're on a campus, we're visiting classrooms, we're with students. We should have a background check. We should go through every single process as other individuals do. Good. C, board members who wish to visit a campus to view a program or activity in their official capacity shall notify the superintendent and the superintendent's office who will coordinate. That's basically, again, what we do. If we want to visit a campus, we go through Bruce. Bruce's office sets it up. We never go to that principal and say, hey, Principal Smith, I want to go to your campus and I need to go see you. It always goes to the superintendent's office.
And this isn't in board operating procedures, but just if we can get used to as a norm, superintendent and the superintendent's office on communications for like key things, like if we're gonna be at an event, to help us manage things like quorum, or that we get that little reminder of, oh, by the way, you're going to like a social event, be sure not to deliberate. It just helps to keep the superintendent's office in that coordination. The same thing happens if you're gonna miss a meeting. Please make sure I know, because that's really important, but also the superintendent's office and the superintendent. It's just kind of like keeping that flow of information going. I know it's a little redundant, but it really helps things move.
Board training development, we scratched out NSBA convention, added TASB Summer Leadership Institute and TASB Winter Governance Conference. We got rid of board members may attend regional or state UL activities representing the district with a maximum of overnight lodging expense per event. No. Sorry, if y'all want a discussion, go ahead. Travel reimbursement, this is where I got confused. I apologize all. So the big thing is when we go to those TASB events, winter governance, summer leadership, you know, we can get reimbursed for certain items. And the big thing I felt like just to make it easier on our administration and so that Mitchie and Cindy are not trying to track us down is receipts need to be turned in within 2 weeks of the event. Just makes it easier. We don't have outstanding receipts and they don't need to be emailing us twice a day. Hey, can you get this in? Can you get this in? That's on us. And if you go to page 21, I have, it's internal board committees, and this is kind of where Trish and I were having some discussions. The reason why I have long-range discussion with admin and board is just because we have to meet as a long-range committee, but I feel like it's taking some steps where it's almost administration-driven, and that's fine. It might be that time, but I would like to have that conversation with the long-range plan and administration, Laurelyn, to see like, are we at that point? Is it truly an internal board committee or is it truly an administration committee? Because when you start thinking about the long range plan, I don't see how it's gonna sustain being an internal committee with the information and the amount of things that we have to do and to reach out to the community. And so I know it started out as internal, but me personally, with everything going on with CFAC, I think it's a conversation I would like to have to see how do we make it, I don't want to say better, but how do we ensure that this long range plan committee keeps going and sustaining and making sure it syncs up to what we have done.
Well, and I think we've reached a limitation with board operating procedures. I mean, that being a board driven committee, Anna and I cannot tell you how many hours we've spent on figuring out like, why isn't the track change document working? And then we're reaching out to Cindy and then we're trying to do extra meetings to get. Doing a board committee takes a heavier lift than when it's a district committee. And so, and anybody who's on policy or legislative knows what that's like. And then there's also the natural limitation of if it's an internal board committee, it's only the board members. It's a way for us to move some of the heavier items that are here before they come to the board. But now we're talking about long range. If we want that sustainability and we really want that, it sounds like it's time we move it on into a district committee and out of an internal board.
One thing I will say about that is I think, you know, given the implications of long range, it needs to be a community input kind of situation. I mean, like what you said about it being, it's kind of reached its end in a lot of ways. I mean, I feel like I just got here, but you know, as far as that committee goes, which it'll be my first meeting with you guys, but I'm looking forward to it and learning. But I do think it does probably need to transition at some point, given the implications of what that long range plan is going to look like.
Is it possible that it's an and, that we might still need the board committee at some point?
Oh, I'm not saying getting rid of board members. You know how we kind of have like our DEI committee, we have these other administration-led committees, right? The way I'm kind of viewing this is at this point, I know since I've been on the committee the longest, since January, we've done a lot of work, right? The board and my other two previous board members, we did a lot of work. And I'm trying to see how do we ensure that this work keeps going, but we're still bringing in CFAC, right? We're bringing in other individuals. And as a board member, I'm thinking about board operating procedures, right? I can get with Trish, I can get with Holly, we knock it out, it's pertaining to board work. I don't know how I'm gonna be able to get work done when it's just me, the chair, bringing in Trish and Christine and trying to find a direction. Because I feel like at this point, the board is given direction because, the failed 2021 bond, we did that beautiful exercise and we were sent to, use our existing facilities. And so I feel like at this point, the board has done the hard work. I feel like now we need administration kind of leading us into that next 10-year plan. I think it kind of is going to flow. Like, we've got attendance rezoning coming up. We've got CFAC coming. Like, how do we bring this in to one of our committees, like a district committee that's going to be sustainable and be able to lead that conversation? Because I think a lot of trying not to get off topic, but a lot of the confusion going on with long range and CFAC and whatnot, I feel like a lot of that can be resolved when we do make this a district committee. And, basically board members will still have a say in it. We still have to approve bonds. We still have, or go to bond. We still have to approve rezoning. But at this point, like, I feel comfortable with Laura Lynn being able, and I feel like you have already, being able to drive that, because it's really the next step. We don't get to pick the attendance zones. We don't get to decide, certain, what neighborhoods go where. And so that's kind of what I'm thinking of, Bruce.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, then we're just talking about moving this from under an internal board to district. Nothing other than, we're not saying we want to change the board members who are on it.
No.
And we still want board representation, but we want to make it bigger.
Yeah, like we have, community case accountability, all those different administration-led committees.
Does that work? If it does, we're going to do a strike through number 4. All right, Anna, keep going.
District citizen advisory committees. So I know this is kind of again, y'all are going to notice the repetitiveness of committees. The purpose of this was trying to, I guess, try not to have what happened at the beginning of when CFAC started. I know that I got an email at the beginning when CFAC started and said, where are your steering members at? And that's kind of embarrassing, but we were made aware, right? The board members were made aware whose members weren't there. And I know, at least for me as a trustee, I get a little frustrated when we do appoint someone, and it's this very important decision, right? Going to bond, how much money is going to be. My thought was this is, as y'all can read, if a board appointees miss more than 2 meetings, then the administration will notify the board president and the board member of their absences. Just like what we did when CFAC started. I don't know if y'all got an email, but I got an email letting me know. And I think it's just opening up those clear communication, because like right now we've got a trustee without representation on CFAC, and she just found that out. So that's what I'm really trying to avoid, is when we get down to making those decisions, we feel like we have a voice on said committee.
Can I
Yeah,
add,
go for
though,
it.
we had some, this is why you see it up for discussion, though. We had some questions, and I don't know if we're going to resolve this all tonight, but the question is, when you do this, we're asking then admin not only to take attendance, but to report to us. And then we're supposed to, within a reasonable time frame, because we don't have that in there. And so, does that mean then they're on the hook? Can they not meet until we get them names? Do the names come back before the board for adoption? Because some of these are ones that we vote on and have to vote on. And then what type of language do we want to do to be able to give administration the ability to say, you're not on this committee, your board member your board member took you off. Obviously we should be contacting, but I think we just really need to be thoughtful and intentional. I think having board members' voice and being able to reach out to the community and put people on these district committees are critical, and they're paramount. And you're absolutely right. If we put people on there and they don't show up, then how do we get voices on there? But how do we do it, I think, is something that we've kind of struggled with. We really haven't been putting in there. It's been kind of more of an ad hoc kind of way we've been doing it. And so absolutely curious on what is the board thinking about how we move forward.
Well, I think for me, perfect example is one of my people happens to be sitting next to me and got elected. So, and I know that Sade was on this before and she got elected. And so it's one of those things where, we want to be sure that we have representation, but I also understand the timing. So Jimmy and I had a conversation about this as well. Take CFAC, for instance, they're sort of at the end of their role here, based on when the meeting started and all of that. And so I kind of feel like it's a timing issue as well. So if you've got somebody that's shown up for the most part, all of the meetings, and then towards the end they start not coming, and then we don't replace them at that point because we're almost done with the work. So it's a real kind of, it's a hard thing to put in words, and it's a hard thing to put because there's different circumstances for different committees. So I think this is a really kind of, we don't want to get in the weeds of directing administration. Like, we have to be careful there too, because we're policy people. And so committee appointments are a tough one. I think as long as, I mean, you know, for instance, the CFAC steering is important because we're talking about potential bond. And how do I vote on that if I don't have representation on that committee? Yes, the whole committee has done the work, but at the same time, I'm looking at that steering committee now, and, you know, we've got old trustees that appointed people and not new folks. And so that makes it, it's another difficult situation we're in. So timing is always going to be hard, and I think that's hard to put in words. So I don't know.
So I want to bring this, so can y'all go up and read above where the red line is? Because we essentially are directing administration. The board shall instruct the district to include on the committee webpage each board appointment's name and the name of the board member who nominated them, as well as details regarding the time frame during which appointment shall be made. So essentially we are instructing administration to do that. It didn't happen, but that doesn't, you know, there's no consequences, but we are essentially what y'all are saying we're trying to avoid. We say it right there at the very beginning.
Maybe we need to strike that. Yeah.
And I'm like, I think we need to strike that, honestly. I just don't, and maybe admin is, they're keeping track of who's there, and maybe quarterly or, I don't know, monthly, we get, it's in our board memo. I just don't know. I'm not saying that, I just don't think it belongs here, and I also don't think I want to set up like this attendance tracker and duty for admin to be doing. I kind of feel like it's my responsibility to talk to my appointee and make sure they're there. And if I'm not able to do that, that's on me. And there has been times where I was like, hey, I ran into someone. I'm like, how's that going? And oh, it didn't work out. I wasn't able to go, you know, and that was on me, on that committee. But I hear what you're saying, because we do get in spots where the people that we put on committees, I mean, I know Sade was on a lot of committees. I know Francesca was a lot of committees. I don't know if Paul was on committees that need to, you know, that need to be, that we're leaving holes in right now. And so it's hard, right? But I don't think it goes here.
Well, and I can tell you, for the community listening who may someday want to be trustees, they're probably wondering, where are these committees that all trustees come from? But I also think, as I'm listening to this, we should probably look at this language, because I agree. I asked Laura Lynn the same question of, can I have the minutes of the meeting? Who's showing up? Let me know so I can call my people.
But we got those last round, though. That's the issue. When we did CFAC in 2021, we got an attendance, we got an update, we did get all of that. And so I think that's what I'm trying to do, is this, how do you ensure that when we do go to CFAC, that we're following the rules? Like, we got all of that information that we requested, that we're requesting here, but this year it's not the same. So that's kind of what I'm looking at.
So you're looking for some continuity to that, yeah.
And
I do appreciate when, you know, Dr. Ardeberry said, well, okay, but it's also helpful if you reach out to your appointees. And I do think there is some ownership on us to continue that communication. So yeah, I get it.
And then also, just going back to what we talked about the administration putting appointments on there, the reason why we did that is because we were having board members appoint people who live not in Leander ISD. And so that was our way to see who was being appointed and who actually lived in the district. So that's, I remember that conversation, and that's it.
For that one, and this might not be a conversation for tonight, but I would like to follow up on Christine's comment that not everybody here has representation on committees like CFAC. And the steering committee for CFAC did not start until January. Their first meeting was on January 3rd, and there's still no representation for 3 of us on CFAC right now. So I don't know if the timing of that is something that would be in our procedures or admin procedures, but it just hit me while I was watching their presentation earlier, like that happened after the election, like well after. So I would like the timing for how do we get representation for new trustees once they're joining to get on those committees, because it is important. CFAC's a big deal, and there's 3 of us with nobody on it right now.
So
I agree with you.
And when I joined in October, by December, I did have an opportunity to nominate people on all these, on SHAC. Well, it wasn't all, but I remember SHAC specifically.
Well, and both of our new trustees have asked, when are we going to be able to appoint? And as far as I'm aware, it's a rotation schedule, so it would be when it comes back up again. But this is board operating procedures. This is the time to have a conversation. So definitely, let's talk about it.
Can I just say one thing? I know you and I don't have, but who's the other person?
I was Christine's representative on CFAC.
Right, yeah, she did mention that's right, okay.
Yeah, I would like to address that if the committee has not started their work yet, which in this case, the steering committee hadn't, I would like there to be something in place for the board members coming in, or board members who lose members for whatever reason, to get that representation on these committees.
So the way it helped, or the way it worked, was that all your nominees were provided at that time, so I had a chance to look at the list and see what feeder patterns were represented, and then I was able to kind of fill in some holes myself.
So one of the things you added on page 4 under the orientation was the list of board and administrative committees having trustee representation. So I think that might help as new trustees come into that initial orientation, that we present that, so then we'll see the holes, and that might help prompt us to say, okay, you know, here's some things that you can do now, and here's some things that will come at the next cycle.
And I think it also varies on each committee, right? You know, and I think there's some things like DWIC gets started instantly, right? But in this case, I feel very strongly like CFAC is something that is, you know, they're going to potentially bring a bond package, and as a board, we have to vote whether we go on bond or not. And I think it's incredibly important. Again, board representation on those committees. Board members need to ensure they have people on there. And I want to figure out how we can do this so that way all board members have someone on that committee. And I am done. What are some discussions?
And Dr. Gary, remind me, because I do recall us talking about SHAC, and we had said that, I know you had checked, and SHAC was already starting its meeting and had been meeting.
Yeah, they'd already had half of their meetings, and so we didn't feel like it was appropriate to put new members on there at this time.
Is there a way to identify when new trustees come onto the board, what are the rotations for those meetings, so we also can definitely point those out as well? So like SHAC is one that's already meeting for the new trustees. And then what's the other part we're still trying to figure out is what happens though when trustees don't have voices, like in Christine's example, Trustee Mallory's example.
So I would suggest, and I don't know, Harley can help here maybe, that first sentence makes sense to me still. The board reserves the right to replace committee members who miss more than 2 consecutive meetings, because the language there is vague enough to say that you have the right to do it if you choose to, but you don't have to. And then I would prefer to remove the rest of that, just because that's the binding part on administration, really. Can I just double check what you said about the earlier language that's not changed? It seems to me that was just posting on the whatever the committee's web page is of, here is the membership, and these are the folks who are appointed by board members with who appointed them. And I think the goal there was to make sure that we had the representation, but also that folks knew, you know, that this person was appointed by that board member, and so they could see that relationship. It was almost a transparency thing more than anything else. Am I still remembering that correctly?
And So let's go back to that language, Holly and Dr. Gehring. Is that us directing the administration, or does that work? I feel like because it's just putting something on the website that's available, that's just a publication. Is that correct, Dr. Gehring?
Yeah. That's how I interpret that
Yes.
part.
I think you can just leave that.
All right. Anything else? Chair Smith?
Are any other comments? As Trish said, though, I'm planning to, once we do approve this, not now, later, I'm going to comb through it all and really try to not make it so repetitive, but also I think this kind of gives our policy committee a nice starting point, because a lot of the issues I'm running into is a lot of this information should be in policy, and a lot of this policy is just, it just needs to be updated. So I kind of going to throw it to y'all, and y'all have fun with it. Good luck.
There's one little clarification that I had taken note of, but I just didn't take note of the page. It says the secretary shall work with administration to prepare discussions with trustees and compile trustees' response if they're available throughout the year to complete the evaluation. So that's the superintendent evaluation. Do we need to be very specific and say the superintendent evaluation?
What page are you on, Shade? I'm sorry.
I wish I knew. I didn't write the
Is
page.
it page 12 where it's the evaluation of the superintendent? C?
I think it is. And I think Holly can help us add that language so it's clear that it's a superintendent evaluation that the secretary is taking the notes on.
I see what you're saying, Shade.
What page is that,
It's
Anna?
page 12.
Okay.
Wait.
No, it's not 12.
I think it may be
no.
page 6.
Yeah, it was earlier.
Is it under board secretary under the roles and official
Yes,
duties of board
secretary
officers?
role, that's what it
Number
is.
4, C4.
This goes back to that organization structure. Hmm. Okay. Board, if you're okay with it, I'm going to recommend not this go to consent because there's so much discussion. And so let's go ahead and get all the changes in and then pull it back. I don't think we'll need to have as long of a discussion next time, but I think we need to not put it on consent. So I'm seeing head nod, so we'll put it on a regular. Okay.
And can you please, any like suggestions or anything, send them to Cindy, please? Because we're going to be meeting next week again. So any suggestions, don't send to me or Trish, send to Cindy.
Can I just add one suggestion right now? I know it was a big discussion some time ago about limiting the speakers from 3 minutes to 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
Would we have any reconsideration to give people 3 minutes again?
You know, we did that in reference to what surrounding districts do, as well as the state legislature. I think you know, we already end up with really late meetings, and I think that leaving it the way it is right now is on my take.
And I think it was helpful when, while Trish points out, or even it's pointed out to them that there are multiple ways that they can communicate with board members. And I've actually been watching the clock, and I'm finding that people are leaving seconds on the clock. So they're actually not using it at all.
And if you do send some changes, because I have seen changes on the board operating, that's fine, but just know we can't respond back to you because it causes an issue. And so in order to make it just as clean as possible when we're doing this, if you want to send it to Cindy, that's fine, because that helps make sure the expectation is there's not going to be a communication on it. The committee will take it, work it, and then it comes back all here, and then you can see if you don't like something, you can change it or make recommendations at that point. But yeah, if you end up sending something to Anna and I, it's not an unfavorable error, but it just means we're not going to respond to you because we're not going to cause y'all or us issues. All right. Holly, is there anything else we need to talk about, or did we make ample notes over there?
I think we've got plenty to cover with this.
Okay. All right, board members, we'll go ahead then and wrap up that agenda item. Thank you, Holly. Thank you, board members, for a really good discussion. Thank you, Chair Smith, for a lot of work on that. There was a lot of work in there. All right, we'll move on to operations. C3, discussion and consideration for possible approval of the 23-24 budget assumptions. Board members, this is the beginning, I would argue, of our budget process. This sets the kind of ground of where they're going to go back and what they're going to plug in before they bring us back some of the budget items. I'm just stalling, speaking on it, getting everybody ready until we get up here. All right, did I introduce that well? Okay.
Good evening, members of the board. Pete Poppy, Chief Financial Officer. Except in the academic wing, I'm Pete Pape. They are academics, that vowel consonant vowel rule, they just can't shake it, so I got you. Here tonight, we have Gina, who is our Director of Budget. She's going to go through the process through our presentation this evening. Our anticipated going forward is, Gina will give the presentation tonight. Going forward as we go through the next few processes, more and more will be shifted onto me, and Gina will be doing less, but she's going to be the one who's going to be get us started off right in this process, so she's excited. But as we go through it, just remember these are assumptions. It's an inverted pyramid. It's an inverted pyramid, and we're way up here, and things are really loosey-goosey and estimates, and then we'll narrow it down as we go through the process, as such thing as the legislature meets, and there's still a lot of things that are we don't know aren't exactly known facts, but we know what they will be. They will know we will need them. We'll just don't know what it will be. So we'll go through that process and just. It will narrow down, and there's some other things, but we have a great presentation, and so just feel free to ask questions as we go through it, but just remember it is very high level and early.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Madam President, Dr. Gearing. So the objective tonight is to present, obviously, the budget assumptions for 23-24. This is going to be my wingman over here, so any questions or additional information he'll help me with if I miss something. We're going to start with just some basic assumptions, what the assumptions the budget then looks like, including those assumptions, and then we'll talk about what we've been reviewing and what we'll continue to review, ending with legislative items that could have a financial impact on the district. As Pete stated, these are assumptions. It's really important not to lock these in. They change, they're going to change, and they should change. They're just a starting point for us. And as we receive better information and clarity on the legislative action items, then we'll firm up numbers and we can always amend the assumptions and bring that back to you as necessary, and we'll update the budget as we move along through this process. So hopefully this should be a point where the board members agree at least with the starting point. That's really kind of what we're looking for, is that this is a good base to move forward from. So starting with the assumptions, so the enrollment is based on PASS's moderate growth projections, which is estimated at 43,423 students for 23-24. That's a 2.5% growth increase when you're comparing it to 22-23 PEIMS student enrollment. It's a slight decrease if you compare it to the enrollment we used to adopt the 22-23 budget. It's about a 0.68% decrease. Revenues adjusted for pre-K students, as districts only receive half-day pre-K or half-day funding for pre-K students. We've also lowered our ADA. This is pretty important, from 95% to 94%. That's based on what we're seeing. We want to be conservative with that, and that is kind of where we're at right now. We're continuing to monitor that. Again, that could change, and if they go back up, then we'll amend that back up. But that is about a $3 million loss in every percentage point that we see in dropped ADA. So we've taken that into consideration in the assumptions that the budget that we'll look at here in a minute.
And to
So-
clarify for everybody listening, ADA is our average daily attendance, that's students' attendance rate. And so you're saying a percentage less is what you're guessing will be our next average.
That's correct. Yes, thank you for clarifying. It's average daily attendance of students, not enrollment. That's how we're funded, and we are seeing a decrease and have seen a decrease since the pandemic. So as you know, in 2022, property value increased about 27%. So we're proposing a 15% growth increase for 2023. Based on the assumptions, recapture is estimated to be over 70 million in 2023. So yes, we kind of just keeps ticking up. And it's a big number. Yes, it does. We're maintaining a 99% collection rate, and we've included the 4% budget parameter in the assumptions. Just a reminder that the budget parameter gives the board the option to adopt a deficit budget up to 4% of estimated revenue. It's also important to note that in our revenue assumption, we have decreased the revenue by the recapture amount, because that's just so that we're not inflating that parameter. We did decrease that.
Pete, would you mind just, for the sake of the new board members, explaining the budget parameter a little more clearly as to why we do that?
Okay. Typically what's happened, you adopt a budget, you have your revenues and your expenses, and everything's balanced, and everybody thinks everything is fabulous, and you have to tell some people no in the budget development process that you can't do these items, and then the end of the year, because you have positions that may be vacant, you have people that may leave, and you may not take a month or two till that position is filled. Then the end of the year, you come back and you add money to fund balance. And sometimes it can be a large amount of money to fund balance, and then you're in a situation where you told someone no a year ago on an initiative or a program or doing something, then at the end of the year, you add money to fund balance. So in order to not put ourselves in that situation, many boards, and this board has done something similar, has done a 4%, where because of, just allows you to go, expenditures exceed revenues by 4% of your revenue, because you know there are some estimates, you know there are positions that won't be filled, you know some things that really at the end, based on historical data, we're going to end the year basically close to being break even anyway. So that's why we've done that piece, so we don't have to find ourselves in a situation where we're adding money to fund balance and we're telling people no to program requests, position requests, et cetera. Knowing that the way it works out, you're going to have vacancies, you're going to have some things that don't come in quite as much. Everybody tells you they're going to spend the money, and sometimes they don't spend all of it, and sometimes things happen. And so based on, you look at our historical data, on average, about 4% of it we don't spend, basically from everything from payroll to supplies, services, et cetera. So in doing that, it gives us the opportunity to maximize the revenues that we have, knowing that the bulk or a percent of those expenditures aren't ever really going to be incurred. And so even though it looks on paper as a deficit budget, and you'll see later in the presentation that Gina has some slides that will show you that we're still right on target. We're right there at that break-even point. Maybe a little bit of gain, a little bit of loss, but still within that very close margin.
Perfect example is this year, 22-23, where we adopted a deficit budget, but we right now are projecting a surplus. Even though we adopted that, that 4% parameter gives us that room to come closer to break even by doing that, instead of pulling in, say, 10 or 15 million into fund balance and not giving as big a pay increase or additional positions.
Yeah, we saw something similar last year where we were expecting like minus 21 million and we ended up with like minus 2.5.
Absolutely. We're trying to close that gap. And, you know, with vacancies and some other staffing shortages have caused it to kind of widen. And so I'm looking at stuff again to try and bring that more in line. But this is part of doing that as well. Because you should, as any organization is going to see some kind of savings. People aren't going to spend 100% of the funds that they've received, and we're not going to have 100% vacancy fill. That's just, it's not realistic.
And the drop in attendance, is it still due to illnesses? Is that what we're seeing?
That's really hard for me to say. I think there's a culmination of things going on there that's bigger than that. But
yeah, I would say that, you know, we were pretty consistent pre-COVID with about a 96% attendance rate, and that was true for a lot of school districts across the state. As COVID hit, we saw that drop, and we just haven't seen it recover. And it's hard to tell exactly why, but what we know is that it hasn't recovered.
Well, I know in my circles, and it might not be even everybody, but if parents know their kiddos are sick, we're like, okay, well, they're sick and I don't want to expose other kids, I'm keeping them home. Where before I used to tell my son, buckle up, you know, take some aspirin, let's go. Yep. Yeah. So I think I'm in my circle, for instance, myself,
of that, and honestly, and they said everyone's just kind of like, you know what, it's going to be fine. And there's just a different mindset about it. And so kind of across the world, they've seen attendance rates drop. And when we're asking folks, is it because you're cautious of COVID? It was actually a smaller percentage, and other people just said, I want to enjoy life and I want to do this and that. And so it was kind of really just a change in perspective post COVID. So,
and to go along with your comments, you know, oftentimes before your child was sick, it was difficult. You had to get, you know, you had to be at work, you had to do some things, and now oh, you're sick? Okay, hey, I'll work from home today. I mean, that's something that typically was not an option for parents in the past, and so that could play a factor into it as well.
I can tell you about the next slide that you're getting ready to come up, that 2% salary increase, board's going to have tons of discussion, but I will also caution the board too that we do know legislative sessions coming up, and we'll have more revenue, hopefully, with teacher salary. That's what we want to see, and that's what we're advocating for. But we're going to want to see something with this number. I know our board wants to continue to improve the salary of our staff, our teachers, our hardworking CNS workers, transportation, custodial, all of it. And so I don't know, just know board's going to be asking you questions about that at some point. So.
Sure. We kind of expected that. It was a starting point. I was like, well, we'll start here and we'll see, you know, where we want to go, and we can go there. And we are, you know, hoping legislatively that we have some other options coming up in the next couple of months. So we can definitely see what that looks like if that's the board's pleasure at the next meeting instead. So we can talk about that. The next section obviously is about payroll assumptions.
Sorry,
and we haven't.
One quick question.
Yes.
The pay study adjustments, does that enable more for that 2% salary increase, or is that different?
My understanding, that's different. That's more about adjusting salaries that are maybe out of line. And so, and I know HR is going through that process right now, so I don't have a lot of detail on that. We expect to get that soon, and we would be able to provide a little bit more detail behind it, but that really is not to do with the pay increase.
That's that when, I'm sure you know this, but for our new trustees, it's when Carrie Lynn brings us that study. They look at different positions every year, and there's different groups, and they go look at what do other districts, what's the competitive market look like, and then bring us suggestions.
For APs, for grounds, for all areas, I believe is what they're looking at. And so the expectation is we may see some significant need to do some increases or adjustments across the board. That's my understanding, but I don't know the detail behind it yet.
And so thinking about, yes, we want to look at what the market has or what the market does, but I was just wondering if there's some work being done just to see how we can just redo things on our own, regardless of the market, because this is what we want to do.
Yeah, so just remember we're like at the just starting point, and so they have to have a starting point in order to build a budget. And so let Gina walk you through this whole process before we get into too detailed questions, because what you'll see is, because of all these assumptions, here's kind of what it looks like, and that'll give you a picture of where we can go next. And then we're going to see a lot of changes, I think, over the session as we get through. But they have to start somewhere. So I think if we can just let Gina walk through the rest of it, that'll help.
And to Dr. Gehring's point, and what you said is, I don't know if we want to change a lot of our budget assumptions to start, because there's so much that's going to be with the legislative session. So I think the base that you're bringing us is a good base for the work that you're doing. But I wanted to give you all a heads up that at some point in that discussion, I just know where we're going to be targeting. So, all right, thank you.
Okay, so right now it is 2% a salary increase, and then we're looking at $5 million for pay study adjustments. And for special education stipends, we've included $2.8 million. I know there's been some discussions, and I think there's some discussions later tonight about some stipends there this year. Formula staffing for pre-K through 12th, we've added $1 million. That's a lot less than it's been in past years, but again, we staffed based on a higher number than what we've received this year. So we have a lot of positions that are not filled right now, and so we have those available already in the budget to us. So that's why you're seeing a smaller number at that $1 million. Again, HR is developing those numbers, and we'll fine-tune those probably with the formula within the next month, I would say, by February. We will see a tighter number on that. For special education staffing, we've included about 1.1. It's tricky in special education to try to, there's not a formula for that, but we are looking at about 13 to 14% of our population being identified as special education. And so the needs are there, which is requiring additional staffing almost every year. I know that department is looking into that and talking about those things right now. So again, we'll get better numbers and better information in the next month or two on that. The last number is the $1.4 million. That's specifically in regard to positions outside formula. So what that includes are positions like, specifically in this is early college, high school, but it's also positions for mental health, safety, anything that doesn't fall within a formula. We do have formulas for like APs and things like that, but we do not have staffing formulas for a lot of other positions. So the 1.4 is just an estimate, and it's a very high estimate at this point. We're actually closed position requests on the 20th of January, and we will know what we're receiving at that time, and then Cabinet will have discussions about those positions. So the budget has been developed assuming a 98% of payroll, not 100%. Again, this is trying to close that gap so that we know that we're not going to fill all positions. We know that they're not going to be filled all year. We also know they're not going to all be filled at midpoint, and so this is a way, again, of reducing the baseline budget by about $5 million. We've also included approximately $4 million in general fund for positions that were previously funded through ESSER. Now, I want to be clear, because I don't want no confusion. These are positions that were previously in general fund that we moved over to ESSER to relieve the general fund. And as those funds are being depleted, I have a plan of building them back in. So some this year, some next year. Any positions that were created or funded with ESSER funds to begin with will have to go through need to go through the budget process and be discussed about whether or not, one, we can fund them, the need for them, things of that nature. So those will be discussions that go to Cabinet, and I've been talking to individuals about the ESSER funded positions and what we can continue, and if we can't, then they're submitting them through that general fund process to be discussed in Cabinet. Also built in here are partial salaries for elementary 30. That's specifically like your principal and AP who start the year before the campus opens, just to get that campus up and running and get the staff on board, things of that nature. The balance of those positions will be in 24-25 when the school actually opens, but there is a cost associated prior to the school opening. Now the last thing is the increased contribution to insurance premiums. In the past, we've included an increase of like $1 million. So we're not saying we're not including a contribution to the insurance plan. It's just maintaining the same amount right now as a base level assumption. And Pete actually plans on bringing some information and some detail to you in February and or possibly March to have some detailed discussion about what that looks like.
And now that I really look at this slide, the better word we should have used is probably transfer instead of premiums. It's not, this is the additional monies. It doesn't include what we pay for employees each month. This is the monies that we've been transferring above and beyond. That's what this is referring to. And I apologize for not being as clear on that. That was on me. Because I did review it. That was on me.
Okay, and the next. So also right now we've maintained weighted student allocations and per student allocations. We are evaluating the need to increase that, again, based on inflation and increased costs. We know that's out there, but we're also waiting to see what the legislature does and see what kind of funding we have and what the needs are. So we're meeting with some different areas to have those discussions to see what has increased. We're just now beginning that process, so that could change, but right now we're just maintaining what we've had in the past. Funds for major maintenance, historically up until, well, for several years we did the 2 cents to major maintenance from general fund, and this year obviously we did not include that, and the plan was not to include it this year because we have transferred over some funds into major maintenance, so they do have some funds available to them. In the last bond sale, there was 2.3 for portables and about 6.2 for major maintenance that was included there. Even with the 2.3 for portables that are in bond funds, I went ahead and included some additional funds in general fund for portables because there's so much discussion going on right now, and I don't really know where that's going to land. So that number also will probably be tweaked once we kind of get an idea of what the portable situation is and what the needs are going to be, and I can get some more detail on that once we pin it down. But right now I've put in an extra $1 million into the budget for portables, just in case.
Sorry, since we're doing portables out of INS, isn't that correct, in the past, or just more recently? Is there a reason why it's not just going to continue that way?
Well, the bond sale included about 2.3, but I don't know what the needs are going to be. And this year we're renting some, and so I know they probably, I mean, it's better to purchase if we need them. I just don't know what the needs are going to be with the rezoning, with what happens with that, what happens with the bond sale. And so I wanted to make sure that there was enough for whatever there may be a need for. And I just don't know what that looks like because I haven't been able to pin that down yet.
Yeah, so also with the November 21 bond failing and really some uncertainty about student enrollment projections and what that looks like, we just got to be ready for in case we need more portables than we think we do.
The hope is that we won't, but I just want to be cautious.
I guess you basically go to the bond savings when it's certain, you know exactly what it is, and then the timing is right for all of that, and then you can put it in, the bond sale, to use the portables, to use that for funding the portables. Only when the portables dollar amount is known, it's known at the time of the sale and all of that.
Well, I know that at this last bond sale, there is 2.3
Yes.
right now available. For the next bond sale, I don't think those decisions that haven't been made that I know of. Do you want to add to that? Okay, I just wasn't sure.
No, just as we get more information, we'll be able to make a better estimate. And then even knowing if we know we're going to have a need of portable and it's going to be a long term, then you would probably look at the bond ones. If you know it's going to need one, we need for 3 or 4 or 5 years, it might be better just to go ahead and lease it, and that comes out of M&O. That's just a strategic decision we know once we have more information. But at this point, we just didn't want to find ourselves in a position where we need portables and we don't have money for it. So, and like I said, as we get more information, that number may come down, may go up, but it'll be more accurate. And so this early, like again, it's just very early stages.
I know it can change rapidly, but how much is it to rent a portable?
It depends on I don't know the top of my head.
Okay, well, we
can
were
get
talking
that.
about
We can get
before
that for
getting
you.
Yeah, could we
a
do-
more discussion.
Yeah, we'll do a costing out. We do typically do that, but I can get that information easily.
Yeah, just so we have a full scope of what we got. Thanks.
Sometimes it costs as much to purchase depending on, but there are times where it's advantageous to do that, so.
Based on current law, we're anticipating compression of 0.0129 cents, and that's going to result in a lower M&O tax rate of 0.9317. Legislative action could result in additional compression. You know, we'll obviously be monitoring that, but this is the best information we have right now. There's a lot of bills already that have been filed, you've probably heard, in regard to property tax, so we know that something's going to happen, just not sure what it is. There is no anticipated change to the INS rate at this time.
And I think what we've looked at, and I just have to say in legislative committee, tax rate is giving property taxpayers breaks is not an issue. Like, that's a good idea. It's that recapture portion that we were talking about is the problem. So yes, thank you for pointing all that out.
Okay, so now we've kind of gone through all of the assumptions, and on this next slide, it's us putting the numbers in there. This is the resulting numbers. The document, this is a summary. This is a very high-level summary. We attached a document that has the detail. So it has, you know, for the revenues, it has it broken down between the state, local, and federal. If you want to look at the detail, this is all rolled up into one line item so that we could, fit it on one page and you could read it. Because there's a lot of information underneath there. But as you can see, for 23-24, the budget is estimated to result in a $15.7 million deficit. That does fall within the 4% budget parameter of $16.5 million. So again, to reiterate, we subtracted out the recapture from the revenue. So to get to the 4% parameter, you take the total revenue at the top, which is the $487 million, and you subtract recapture of $73.8 million, and then you multiply that by 4%, and that's how you come up with the 4% parameter. Just want to make sure, because if you tried to do the calculation off of that total, it would not be accurate. Okay, as you can see, y'all working numbers over there. I was like, so I wanted to just point that out. That is a more accurate reflection of what the parameter should be. We don't want that number inflated, because recapture is almost this point as a kind of an in and out, so to speak. So while 23-24 does fall within the budget parameter, future years do not. They exceed the parameter. Again, we know that there's probably going to be some legislative action. That action is going to impact this year and future years. So it's really difficult bringing future years at this point. We discussed whether or not to even do it, but I know it's our practice to bring you, 2 or 3 years at a time. So we wanted to bring that information, but we probably will hold off on updating that until closer to May, because we will have better idea of what the legislature is going to do. We will know better what that number is going to be. It could be completely different than what we're showing you right now. And so, but we wanted to bring it this time just as a starting point.
I think it's important to remember, though, that before we ever started talking about VATRE, we were pointing out the fact that the additional pennies were going to provide relief on the revenue side, but we're not going to entirely solve the problem that we have. And so when you see this now with the 9 pennies that we got through the voter approval of the VATRE, it helps us this year, but it doesn't entirely solve the problem. And so we still have to continue to be very conscious of what our expenditures look like and what we're doing as we go forward. And so we just want to make sure we point that out.
That was a great segue into the next slide because I actually brought a slide back and recreated what we showed you in May. This next slide, it is the projection. So this is updated as of right now, and like you'll see, with the 9 cents for 22-23, we are projecting that surplus of 1.8 million. You'll see at the top. And then 23-24, it shows the $15.6 million deficit, and then the 25.9 for 24-25. The focus to me on this page is really the 23-24 and looking at the 15.7 million, because the next slide is what we actually provided you back in May. I took this out of one of our presentations, and we are very much in line with what we showed you back in May, knowing that even though if we pass the 9-cent Vader, that we may continue to see deficits in future years. It was not going to solve all of those problems. So I just want to make sure and bring that back up. We did know that this might continue to be the end result. Again, looking for legislative changes. The next slide talks about the changes in the assumptions from May to now. I thought that was kind of important. There has been some significant changes since then, but we ended up landing in the same place. So for instance, we decreased the ADA, and we've talked about that a couple of times, from the 95 to 94%, and that's a loss in revenue of about $3 million. But we've also adjusted the beginning payroll, and there was definitely evidence that we should be doing that because we're not hiring necessarily all midpoint teachers, and so that adjustment hasn't been done in the last couple of years, and after evaluating numbers and looking at that, I felt very comfortable in bringing down the beginning payroll about $6 million. Obviously, with less students, you're going to have less growth, and so that decreases your staffing costs. We've increased projected salary adjustments and stipends significantly from what we brought you in May. We've also increased operating costs due to inflation compared to what we brought you back in May. But again, the end results, it kind of ended up balancing itself out, and that wasn't, we didn't attempt to do that. That's just how it just came out. So I feel really comfortable with the numbers right now based off of where we're at. The next section, we're going to take a look at data that we've been reviewing and analyzing. We're not going to look at everything we're analyzing because y'all would be here all night. But if you want to,
too late.
No, don't want you to fall asleep while we're talking to you. We really will continue to live in this second stage. We will we continually are analyzing things. We're doing comparisons with other districts, with local districts and demographic districts. We'll continue to look at that historical data, compare our data to other districts, and modify the budget as the information comes in. The first, this graph y'all have seen before in the past, or most of you've seen it, and really it just gives you some history, and so that you can kind of see where we've been and where we're headed. You can look at pre-K enrollment, and you can see when we went to full day pre-K basically, because we had a significant increase in those numbers, and that's continued to be true as we've provided that program. You also see the ADA has seen a decrease and has not rebounded since the pandemic. I do want to point out in here that in 1920 and 2021, the ADA looks to be high, but that's because that's a hold harmless that the state applied. And so that's not the actual ADA we were seeing. That's due to hold harmless numbers. And we wanted to pull this from source data, which is TEA, and so that number looks high. We have been closer to that 93-94% since the pandemic. We also shows in here the property value growth has been significant, and that we've started owing recapture, which is huge. Recapture is a direct result of lower growth as compared to the high property value growth, and this just kind of shows that to be true. The next set of data is looking at students per teacher, and we did it just for the district from 11-12 through 21-22. You can see that there's a consistent decrease in the students per teacher from those years. There's a lot of things that they're playing into that, such as like staffing based on projections in 2021, but then the actual number of students didn't come. We had a $2,000 drop, so we had a lot more staffing, maybe less students. It's also due to the ESSER funding. We've hired a lot of additional staff and teaching staff that when you pull this data from TEA, it's all funding, it is not just general fund. And so that is contributing to that decrease. So it should be expected, and it's probably what we should be doing. So we're in line with, and we're in line with everyone else. So if you look at the next two slides are going to be comparisons to the local districts, and then to demographic districts. We're falling about in the middle in both cases, so about 14.1. And, you know, that's very much in line with everyone else. They're probably having the same impact, you know, or seeing the same thing, the Easter funds they're using for teachers, et cetera. And again, with the, oh, yes, ma'am.
I just want to say thank y'all. I think this data is important, and thank you. This is good news. I mean, we talk about retaining our quality workforce. We realize that we're going to be looking for what we can do salary-wise, but it's more than that too. It's their experience, and you know, having students in the right number and the right amount that they can actually teach and grade all those papers and all the things that they're doing. Like, this is really good data, and I know that's a lot of work that the district has done. Superintendent Gehring, we've talked about it, board has talked about it, and so seeing this result of some board actions, administration just really working hard on this, thank y'all.
And I just want to clarify, this is from TEA, so these are by role IDs. When someone is hired, HR goes in and gives them a certain role ID. So some of these role IDs are not necessarily going to be a classroom teacher. It could be a science specialist. It could be an instruction specialist. Because I know if there's some teachers, my wife included, who might be watching this saying, I have more than 14.1 students in my classes. That is not what this graph is showing. It just says, of all the staff that we hire that are directly related to instruction with students, divided by that into the number of students that we have, it comes out to 14.1. But the key is, it's a consistent comparison amongst all the districts is what we're comparing. So as long as, I think that's the key. I just don't want people to think we have 14 kids in a classroom. We do, we just have more than that. But the key is that all this information for every district is pulled by TEA through PEEM submission. So it's consistent comparison.
And as that measurement goes down, though, I think it does impact the classroom teachers, though. So our numbers in classrooms aren't as high as they used to. Like, I know it's not an exact same, but am I correct that it does impact that? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one we're on now. I can't see this part. Okay, so I think the next one is the demographic peers. And again, we're right in line with everyone else. It's the same thing. So this is, again, about students per teacher. And it's just with Frisco and some other areas, our demographic peers that we're comparing to. The next comparison is in regard to administrative staff, our students per administrative staff. Specifically, again, we pulled from TEA. We've done this through Frontline before, or Forecast 5 that have changed the front, that have been bought out by Frontline. And their individuals aren't necessarily the same. So this time we pulled from TEA specifically from their data, and this includes the principals, assistant principals on campus, and then it includes directors and above at central office, as well as the athletic director. So I wanted to outline that because y'all have seen something similar to this in the past, but it didn't necessarily include these same administrative staff. And so I wanted to be specific about what we were looking at and what comparison we were doing.
And this says we have a very lean administration.
Yes, we are the leanest of any district. That's locally or with our demographic peers. We've seen that in both cases. So again, with Forecast 5 data and with this, it's the same. We're seeing the same thing. We are the leanest. Leanest of the lean. Eanes has the lowest ratio, which is 176.3 students, where we have 284 per administrative staff, sorry, not admin. And again, the next one is with your demographic peers. It's showing the same thing, except in this case, it's Plano that has the lowest ratio with 173 students per administrative staff. Okay, the last section is going to be about the legislative session and kind of what is happening there in regard to finances. It's as everyone knows, I probably don't need to say it, it's the 88th legislative session. And the items listed there are things that we're hearing about. possible basic allotment increase. It's important to remember or to note that current law requires that 30% of any increase be utilized to increase compensation of full-time employees other than administrators. So that is a requirement, and we'll be watching that. I don't anticipate that it would change, but we definitely need to keep it in mind when we're moving forward. Of course, you've seen all kinds of stuff about the safety, mental health, and property tax reductions. But we're just at the beginning, so we'll wait and see how that fleshes out. The sessions are a moving target, as you all are well aware. There could be one or more special sessions, so we'll just keep you posted, from the finance perspective again, what that impact is. We'll continue to give you updates as we hear about things. I know Pete is often in the know and hears a lot, so as we get more confident about what we're hearing, then we'll bring that back and kind of include it in some of our data so that we can see what that looks like.
And can I add from the legislative committee perspective? Yeah, let's see if I get this right, but when we're talking about the basic allotment increase, board members, if that increases, that also reduces the amount of recapture, which means that it reduces the amount of our property taxpayer dollars that's going into the state GR. And so that not only helps staff salary, it helps keep our property tax dollars here. And your legislative committee, along with CTSBA, is going to be focusing and discussing a lot of recapture because that's the huge discussion of what's going on with property tax dollars and where districts are finding themselves in a weird place. Like, absolutely, let's stop, huge appraisal increases. Absolutely, I can do that homestead exemption. Right. But when we calculate certain tax dollars and we have to send it back to, not send back, but it basically offsets when they do the calculations, so the reduction comes in those amounts, that's a large amount impacting our budget. And when you hear that the 88th legislative session is dealing with a $30+ billion surplus, and then you go read the notes in there, and you can go read the comptroller's notes. I put it on my Facebook site. I know y'all have seen it. Our legislative committee's looking at it, but it's because of that property tax increase and because of the recapture that there's not more funding coming to education. That's offsetting the funding that they need to do education. So what does that mean? Property tax dollars are basically supplanting our education funding, right? So it's a vicious cycle, and I hope that we can continue to address it and talk about it as we keep going forward.
Well, and the recapture is supposed to be for districts in need, and if every district's in recapture, then we kind of have an issue. I mean, there's nobody in need, so where's the money going? And more districts are finding themselves in recapture, so they're absolutely going to have to address that in some form or fashion. And this last slide is just a graphic. This reflects bills that have been filed, but that's as of November, so this is a little outdated, but I don't expect the areas that you see in here, I expect the bills to be pretty much the same, with property tax bills in the lead, and then with safety and mental health coming in second. That's kind of, I think, to be expected. Action steps. The next steps are for the board to adopt the assumptions at the January 26th meeting. So that kind of wraps up our presentation, but we're here to answer questions or talk about assumptions in detail to make sure that you're comfortable with the assumptions that we're using at this time. And if not, we can bring back a variation at the next meeting.
I am not asking y'all to bring back anything different right now. I think there's too much in flux. I think you've given us a very stable foundation. But that's one board members. Other board members, please, let's let them know if we want to see something else, because they're going to craft it and bring something back to us at our next meeting. Thank you. That's a lot of work, so much work. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right.
Do these budget assumptions need approval?
They do. They could either approve tonight, or we have it on the January 26th agenda. I mean, technically they could approve it tonight. The way it's worded,
it can be approved tonight, or we can bring it on January 26th. Either or.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you had that option if you want to do that.
Yeah, I only saw the discussion item mark, so I didn't know that. It is something that can be considered for action. Oh, and consider for possible.
I believe we put
okay.
discussing.
Are we ready?
Yep. We're ready, then I just need a motion.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the 2023-2024 proposed assumptions to be used in preparing the preliminary 2023-2024 general fund budget.
I second.
I have a motion from Christine, second from Anna. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. We'll move on to the next item, consider approval of budget amendments.
Gosh, I thought I was done.
You did such a good job. You were like, I'm done.
Wow, okay, sorry about that. Just leaving early. So here, we pulled this off of consent. Most of the time, we try to have this on consent, but we pull it off if there's any kind of impact to the deficit, or to fund balance, I'm sorry. And we do have an impact to fund balance with this. It is to do with the freeze, specifically, and the fact that we probably will not meet the deductible, which means we will be increasing the budget to cover the expenditures that have due to the freeze.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the budget transfers and amendments to the 2022-2023 budget as presented.
I second. I have a motion from Christine, second from Gloria. Is there any other question or discussion?
I do have more questions, but I'm willing to talk to y'all afterwards because I would like to know what that $759,000 is including in the damages and where it's going. I know that's a lot of details, but I can call y'all and we can discuss.
And then, depending upon the discussions, if y'all think it works, then get it in a Friday memo if needed.
And I will tell you, that is an estimate because they're still evaluating all of that. And so I knew they needed to get POs and stuff open, so they estimated what the costs were going to be. This may not be exact. I just needed to get them some funding to be able to pay some vendors.
No worries. Yeah, I have some questions in regards. I won't hold y'all up, but I want to get into the weeds and kind of get a little bit more information. I kind of already connected with Pete, so I'll connect with him later.
Okay.
Okay. There are other questions? Okay, I lost track. A motion from Christine, second from Gloria. Any other discussions? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to the next agenda item, consideration and possible action regarding approval of Sped employee retention incentive and sign-on incentive for new Sped staff and related action.
All right. Good evening, Board. As we talked about in December, when we gave our one-time payment for all of our employees, we mentioned that we would be coming back in January with a one-time lump sum retention payment for special education employees, our staff. So what we have, there we go, I'm reading it right here in front of me. All right, so the purpose of this presentation is the very same format as the previous presentation. It's just been tweaked for the special education piece. So the purpose is to discuss the one-time lump sum payment for our special education staff. HR has provided, some details on the why, and no surprise to anyone in this room. Increased number of our students served. It is harder to get individuals who are certified in special education. It's hard to get instructional aides or IAs to work in the special education classrooms. Districts around us, the same boat. Everybody's giving incentives. It's become a where everybody's trying to keep what they have and try to get somebody else from another district to come back to them. So it's become your typical economics. The supply is nowhere near the demand. And so as such, we cannot, nor do I recommend we do the same thing that we've always done. We have to do things a little differently and to help that. So this is one of the things that we're coming this evening to recommend to the board. But we did the one-time $5 million payment. Even with that $5 million payment, this number has been updated after the December presentation. Even with the approximately $5 million payment for the $1,000 that went out in December, The latest is we still anticipate looking at, we're going to be $2 million in the black, or revenues exceeding expenditures. And then, as always, as we update information in each month, and if that does continue to trend that way, even after, if the board does approve the special education one-time payment, if it still looks like there's more, we will come back to the board at a later time for potential another something that we can do to help with retention and recruitment. So what we bring to you tonight is we recommend you approve a resolution and amend the 2022-23 compensation plan to include a one-time lump sum retention payment and also a sign-on incentive for certain special education positions. This monthly payment will help us remain competitive. As we know, our special education employees serve over 5,900 students have been identified and received special education services. That number is getting larger and larger. We recommend the full-time special education teachers or itinerant-related staff will receive $2,000. If you were part-time, you'd receive half of that. Full-time special education instructional aides or IAs will receive $500, and a part-time special education aides will receive $250. General criteria: be employed on January 2nd, 2023, meet the eligibility criteria. As the one-time payment in December is not eligible for TRS for purposes for returning and calculating your retirement piece. So, our goal is the January 25th payroll or the February 24th payroll. We have actually pulled two files to give us an idea of what we're looking at. And I can tell the board tonight that it will be the February 24th payroll because those two payrolls those two pulls did not work at all. And we would love to make it in January, don't get me wrong, but we also want it to be correct. And we want this to be a positive and not have it be something that blows up and becomes a negative. So more than likely it will be February 24th. If there's, by some miracle, well, I mean, we pull a date and we figure out what it is that's created, and we can get it on the January, it'll be on the January, but more than likely, after the first two runs, drafts, it'll probably look like it's going to be the February one. Any questions on that or discussions?
Board members? Christine, you're reaching for your mic.
Yes. So, first of all, thank you so much for working on this. I know it's taken a lot, and Carrie Lynn has pulled a lot of numbers, and you guys have worked really hard on this, and so I just wanted to say that up front. The second piece is that, so prior to being elected on the board and prior to working for a nonprofit mathematics organization, I was a special education resource and inclusion IA for 5.5 years at Reagan Elementary. And it was probably the most rewarding work I've ever done and the lowest paying work I've ever done. However, my hope is that, so IAs have a special place in my heart. They're truly co-teachers a lot of the time. And it does take a lot of pressure off of, classroom teachers, those head SPED teachers, to be able to do small groups and things like that. So with that being said, I'm wondering, is there a way for the full-time special education IAs for us to bump it to $750 instead of $500?
There's always a way, but yes. No, I've calculated that out. I appreciate that. It would increase our cost about $108,000. I have a resolution already updated with that amount if that's the direction the board decides to go. More than happy. You don't hear that from the CFO much when we talk about spending money, but more than happy. That's a job that I don't think I can give enough money to, but it's taking care of our students that have the greatest need. So we'd be more than happy to have calculated it. Changes it from 1.5 to 1.6 million for the total estimated cost.
Perfect, thank you so much. I know that my own kiddo has gotten a lot of support this year from their IA at Vista Ridge. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Yeah, and just for the record, the only thing that it would be if it was a part-time, they would go half of 750 instead of half of 500. But other than that, it's the same.
And I hear you saying, thanks, you had those numbers ahead of time because Christine had contacted you ahead of time.
Yes.
So board members, always, when you're looking at something, please reach out to staff, get that information ahead of time, make sure you've got the information before you bring it up. And Anna, were you pressing or Sade? Anna?
No, I was just going to say thank you because I did hear from some Sped IAs too, and I was going to make that same comment as well. So thanks.
Okay. Well, thank you.
I just want to add to your why thing, and I always do this, but at the end of the day, these staff members are also holding up a legal binding document,
Yes,
and that is huge. And if parents who are not familiar, we can get in a lot of trouble for not servicing that IEP. So it is important that our IAs and our special education staffs, I love this whole package, but anyway, so I just wanted to throw that in there. Bruce?
Can you give me a number of the full and part-time special ed teachers and the full and part-time IA teachers?
I had that. I did not bring it with me tonight. I know there are 433 IAs. How many? Oh, okay. It's about 1,100 if you include both groups together. I don't have the breakdown. I know there's about 433
I can get that later.
IAs.
That's fine.
Yeah, and we've got it. I mean, I can pull it in a heartbeat.
Just a brief reminder before you go there that we recognize that this is not just a one-time problem. And so you heard them talk already in the budget assumptions about how we're going to address this in the budget process for a more permanent fix in the 23-24 payroll budget and then going forward. So we recognize that there's a problem. We're making this one-time payment now, but we're also going to be addressing this in a more permanent form in the budget process.
Yeah, this is all part of a bigger picture going forward.
I think also, I know during this legislative session, the Special Education Funding Committee came out with their recommendations, and hopefully the 30-year-old allotment will finally be updated to reflect the current situation in Texas for special education.
And I see before you go, I knew Gloria had something to say, and I also wanted to say, Dr. Gehring, thank you for your leadership. The board's been talking about wanting to put more emphasis and how do we support our staff. You've really just done a lot of work with administration. This is the second package y'all brought back to us. I feel like this is talking about our commitment that we made with our voters together. We were partners when they approved the VATRE, and we talked about putting funding and supporting our teachers, our staff, our leaders, our community. And so thank you, Dr. Gehring and staff, because your leadership to make sure that we keep our staff well-heeled and paid as best we can, that's important. Gloria, did you have something?
It was mainly exactly what Bruce said, is just, we know our special education team has just been holding so much, and this is a piece. And I think, we've all been talking to Bruce a lot this year about what can we do, when can we do this. So thank you to our special education team and on every campus. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, our finance team, for working with us and allowing us to ask all the questions. And thank you, Dr. Gehring, for kind of helping us, and waiting when we know the information and we know what we can do. So appreciate it.
I also just wanted to say thank you for doing this. Most of y'all know I am also a Sped mom, and the amazing team that works with my son not only keep him standing every day, but they also keep me standing every day, and they're incredible, and I appreciate everything that y'all did to make this happen. Thank you so much.
We appreciate it. It was an honor. As an uncle of the special ed student, it's an honor. So.
All right, already? I move that the board accept the resolution recommendation to amend the LISD 2022-2023 composition plan and approve the one-time retention incentive payment for special education teachers, special education IAs, special education IRS, and sign-on incentives for newly hired staff in special education teaching or special education IA position.
I second.
I have a motion from Anna, second from Christine. Does that motion that was just read meet the amendment that Christine offered? I see him talking to the attorney, so we're going to find out.
Have you already voted? No. Okay, before you vote, could we amend the resolution just to really clarify the 750?
Christine, would you mind making the amendment? Christine will need to make a motion for an amendment. We'll need a second. And then we'll vote on that amendment, and then we'll vote on the motion as amended.
I move that the board accept the change from the original 500 for full-time, wait.
We need to make a motion for
Amendment.
amendment first.
You need to amend the motion to read.
I move that.
Yeah,
Does she need to make a motion
yeah,
to get the amendment?
yes.
Wait, can I just take the motion back and then she,
It's already been,
okay, never mind.
Sean or Harley?
We didn't
We have
vote.
Harley here still. too.
Yeah, we've got,
has it been
both-
seconded? Has it been seconded?
if we have a second, can't we go ahead still, because we haven't voted, to go ahead and she can take down her motion and put up another one?
Yes, I believe you can do that under the parliamentary procedures. You can either, at this point, withdraw it, make a motion to amend the resolution, or I think you can make an amendment to that resolution, though, even though you have a motion on the table.
Okay.
Because essentially what you're going to be doing then is making an amendment to the motion. It's just complicated because then
Yeah.
that amendment is to amend the resolution
Right.
before you take the vote.
So I want to withdraw my motion.
And I'm looking at our board attorney, just to make sure we're all in agreement, because if we have two attorneys in the room, let's use them. And yes, that's good. So we're gonna drop a
Second.
motion.
Someone needs a second, right? Or no? Okay. Withdrawn, okay.
Now, wait, Anna, you withdrew your motion?
Yeah.
Okay, Anna's withdrawn her motion, and now we need another motion on the table. Am I doing that right? I'm
I
looking
have
at
a-
Holly. Okay, good.
Can I have a question? What exactly are we putting in the language just to reflect the increase? So do we want to put it afterwards, I guess is what I'm asking?
It's written in here, isn't it?
No,
Is that
it's
where
not.
you're reading it?
No, that's what I'm trying to understand. How are we going to word that? Because it's not in here.
We don't have a
We don't have
motion.
like the amounts listed in the motion. At all. So do we have,
Right. However, what you have in that packet is the resolution that is referenced in the sample motion.
Yeah, so what the resolution doesn't have the amounts in it, but what's in the packet is the 2,500. So just when you say your motion like you normally would, and just say in the amounts of 2,750.
2,750?
I think that will get us, clarify what the amounts are.
2,750?
I think we need the half for the part-time employees too.
Just say,
I tell you what, let's take a 2-minute recess. I want a motion written down so we get this right. Our sped teachers, come on, we're almost there. Let's just get it right. We're going to take a 2-minute recess. We'll be back at 11:04-ish with a motion ready to go.
huh? There's the 750.
All right, it is 11:07, and leave it to us to make it exciting. We thought the meeting was going way too short. No, I appreciate making sure we get this right. So I understand that Holly is going to... Oh, we have a question first. Okay.
I have a question. As we're looking at this one time right now, do we have more information on what the stipend process is going to look like for the next budget?
Yes, that's a great question. We know that surrounding districts are making changes mid-year and looking at changes for next year. So we've already begun the process of looking at expanding the stipends to additional special education positions within the district to cover essentially all positions who are working with our students with special needs, as well as increasing the stipends to meet the market as it is coming up over the past year. So we're looking at the current market, what other districts have done, the titles we currently are covering with the special education stipend, and looking at expanding that. That's kind of in a nutshell what we're looking at. But definitely including many more positions in the upcoming budget year, recommendations for the stipends as well as increase in those stipends.
Thank you. I know we've been getting a lot of questions and asking about, getting questions asked, and as we see other districts making movement in here, just want to make sure that we're planning and thinking about that. So thank you very much.
Absolutely, yes. We're putting together numbers, working with Pete and his team to get those recommendations into the budget.
All right, Holly, do you want to catch us up to speed?
Sure.
Where we laughed off about 4 minutes ago?
Sure, to make sure that the record is clear as to exactly what action the board is going to take tonight. The board needs to first vote to amend the resolution to reflect the $750 amount and the half of that or $750 for full-time IAs and half of that for part-time, and then subsequently take a separate vote to approve the amended resolution.
So we'll do an amendment first. It looks like Christine's going to do the amendment. No? Yeah. Okay. All right. All right, so we've got an amendment that's going to go first then. We have to adopt that, if that's what we want to do.
I move that the board amend the resolution to reflect IA payment to be $750 for full-time employees and half for part-time employees.
I second.
I have a motion from Christine, second from Gloria. Did that language work? Did we say that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just make sure we keep following on. Give me that back, because now we need do you need this?
Right, as amended.
First you need to vote.
You do need to vote on that.
Oh, yeah, okay. Any other discussion? No, we already asked that. All right, all those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand.
IA, special education IRS, and sign-on incentives for newly hired staff in a special education teaching or special education IA position.
I second.
We have a motion from Anna and a second from Christine. Any other discussions? All right, lawyers, we're all good. Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays. Motion finally carries.
All right. Good job.
Thank you very much, Holly and Sean. Thank you, Carrie Lynn, for great answers and all y'all's work. Thank you, Pete. Thank you, administration, board, really good stuff. Community. All right, we'll move on to the next item. Consider approval of appointment of an investment officer and amend the investment pool resolutions.
Good evening. We've had a change in the business office. This is just updating. We've had an individual leave and a new hire, Ms. Cassandra Hartman. So we're just updating her as an investment officer, and I think giving her on the investment pools as well.
There's no questions. I need a motion.
I move that the authorized representatives with Tex Pool and Lone Star be amended to include Cassandra Hartman and remove Jalen Petrie.
I second.
I have a motion from Gloria, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Is there anything else you want to add before we conclude it?
Just thank you.
All right, good work. That'll go ahead and move us out of all of our open, all of our items for open session. We're now going into closed session. It is 11:13. We're going into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding resignation, terminations, employment, reassignment duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding superintendent contract. Board members, there will be no action taken in closed. We will return to open for any action.
Oops.
Board members, it is 11:43, and we are back in open session. Board members are here. Audience, community, everybody here. It's 11:43, we're back in open session. Is there a motion from closed?
I move that we accept the superintendent's contract as presented.
I second. I have a motion from Anna, a second from Christine. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. All those opposed? 1 opposed. Motion carries. All right, any other motions?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of Sharon Hale for principal at Knowles Elementary School, 1-year probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-2023 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Francesca, a second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for administrator probationary employment contract for personnel addition as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-2023 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Francesca, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contracts for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-2023 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Francesca, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. That concludes us through our closed session. We will now be looking at our board meeting debrief as the next item. For our new board members, we have a section in our agenda that says board member debrief. That is actually a section where you can put something in there like, I didn't have the materials ready, I didn't know who to call, I was too hot, I needed something to drink. Your feedback on the meeting, what happened, what worked well, what didn't, is in board meeting debrief. We also have a continuous improvement measurement that we said we were going to continue to use our chart when we did our team of 8. So holding y'all to that desire, there's a chart over there with the grid. Please make sure you put your dot on a grid, on a line.
Put it in the middle of the space, yeah.
Don't put it in the middle of the space. That's not continuous improvement. That's just fluffy. Okay. So you can put it right there. All right, so I think there's no other items before us this evening. It's at 11:46. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, board members.